You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Good morning from Florida. Here we go, kicking it off for you, the 2025 season of the Bassmaster Elite Series. This is the FXR Pro Fish Bassmaster at St. John's River, the first of 9 events for this top level of competitive bass fishing among the pros here in these here United States. And we have got the full field cut down to 50 for this semifinal Saturday. And your leader, a veteran of 20 years on the Bassmaster Elite Series, Bill Lowen, has hewed out a lead of 8 pounds above the rest, ahead of the rest of the field in order to start this third day of competition. That seems like a lot. In this place, though, we know the reputation of the great St. John's River. Things can happen. This is the land of the giants, and just a few key fish can certainly turn that leaderboard upside down. Going to be a lot of thrills and excitement today. We'll start with Brandon Card. One of our 10 anglers we are covering today starts the day in 10th place. Had a great day yesterday. Can he repeat it today? Brock Mosley, another veteran. 10 years out here for the man from Mississippi, having an excellent tournament. Notched his first win a couple of years ago. Joey Cifuentes, Rookie of the Year in 2023, struggled last year, but Davey Hyde, it appears he's intent on changing that. Yeah, he's going in the right direction here at the St. John's River. And John Cox, everybody excited to see him in Florida. And we love watching John Cox anywhere, but you better keep your eye on him in Florida. We will. Caleb Kufal owns a win on the Bassmaster Elite Series, and he obviously likes fishing down here in Florida. Had a great day yesterday with 20 pounds plus. A rookie, the only rookie in our top 10 will be with today, Evan Kung of Canada. Came over from the Tackle Warehouse Opens EQ to start this year and started out right, apparently. Shane LeHue had a big day yesterday as well. Yes, Shane LeHue doing a good job, just kind of staying close by, staying within reach for sure. And Seth Fighter said he came down to Florida from up north and spent a few weeks here and kind of got in the slow fishing mentality that you have in Florida this time of the year. He comes down from Minnesota. Down from Wisconsin is Jay Shakurin, who knocked out 25 pounds to lead on day 1, but taking over that lead on day 2, the man from Indiana, the veteran out here, Bill Lowen. 21.5 on day 1, 24 pounds and 4 ounces. There it is. His total on day number 2. He said, I just can't explain it. I just found the right setup. He knew how to exploit it. He knows how to fish tough conditions. Yeah, if you missed it yesterday, we were able to watch Bill Lowen live for about an hour there. He could do no wrong. He caught a 4-pounder, a 5-pounder, and about a 5.13. Well, the way it works is the way it always works. We start out with a full field for the first 2 days. They competed hard out there, but only 50 were able to pass along to semifinal Saturday. That is today. They'll fish for 8 hours. We will be with them all the way, giving you the action. We'll be right now with our top 3 anglers to start the day. What are their thoughts? Starting with Seth Fighter, starting in 3rd place. Getting ready to blast off here, day 3, Bassmaster Elite on St. John's, and sitting in 3rd place right now. Had 2 really good days the first 2 days. Hopefully we can do it again. I got a few areas with some fish in them, and I'm just fishing slow, fishing the way I like to fish, keeping a flipping stick in my hand, and just dabbing around and taking the bites when they come. It's been kind of spurty. You go on little runs where you catch a few really quick and then go hours without a bite. So, hopefully we get on a couple of those little hot stretches where we catch, a handful of fish real quick throughout the day and come back with, I think I need at least 14 to make the 10 cut and probably 20 pounds to get us in the mix for winning, because Bill's got a big lead. And, that's just a couple of big bites here. So hopefully we can get those bites and get them in the boat and make that 10 cut and have a chance at it tomorrow. That's all you can ask for.
Yeah, so obviously I rode that big day 1 bag that I had. The 25 pounds was huge. Yesterday was just a salvage day for me. I mean, just salvage the fish I caught. Complete junk fishing day. Caught some nice fish, but nothing huge. Almost 13 pounds worth, which I was really happy with. And today, I don't really know what to expect. I'm hoping to at least catch a limit. That's the plan, is catch a limit and then, catch one of those key big fish, those 4, 5, or 6 pounder today, and slide into that top 10, and then you never know what could happen from then on.
Be awesome. It's been a long time since I had a win. Like I said earlier, I'm comfortabler than I've ever been in this position. I don't know if that's because I've been out here for 20 years or whatever that is, but partly to do just because I'm fishing the way I like to fish in my comfort zone. And when you're fishing in your comfort zone, I feel like you fish the best of your ability. So it'd be awesome to get a win here, but we got 2 more days to worry about that. Today's goal is just go catch enough to make it till tomorrow and try to catch another one of them big 20-pound bags.
Bill Lowen starting with a big lead. He knows how important that is to put that sort of number on the board and everyone to shoot at, but he has also been around for 20 years, and he knows that it can also be precarious depending on what happens today, a day when the weather conditions are changing. It is post-frontal, always a challenge to these guys, but the temperatures are warming up, and the imperative for the spawn is still there. These fish want to come up. They want to do their job and get it done. Thanks for joining us here in the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. I'm Tommy Sanders, of course, the legend Davey Height with us today. We are doubly blessed. We have 2 legends from the Mount Rushmore of bass fishing. The great Rick Clunn, who among his many, many giant achievements has managed the only elite angler to ever notch 2 wins, and he did it effectively back-to-back here at the St. John. So I know you have a special affinity for this place.
Oh, absolutely. And in both those wins, Bill just said that you had the magic rod in your hand. And there's no better feeling when you go out there and you got what you do best in your hand. And the conditions, are really pointing to that too. And I could see it in Bill, he loves the way he's catching these fish.
Going to be hard to bet against Bill on this day, but we all know that it could happen to someone else or multiple someone else's today. So, well, Davey, how do you size up today? What do you got your eye on?
So I agree 100% with what Rick said. Bill Lowen is doing what he loves to do. He's got a jig in his hand, a flipping jig and a swim jig. He loves to do that. You can see the confidence in him when we just talked to him this morning before takeoff. For the other anglers, you have to look at this. Hey, we're really just starting the 3rd quarter. This is a 4-day event, and we've only fished 2 days so far. So what I would like to do, if I'm 2nd place, 3rd place, wherever, trying to catch Bill Lowen, think that you need to make up some ground today and then make up the rest of it on Championship Sunday. Not try to make up that 10 pounds, 8 pounds, wherever you're at in one day. Do it in 2 days, a little by little. But if Bill Lowen catches another 20, 24 pounds of the next 2 days, it's going to be really, really tough to catch.
Hard to run down for sure. Mike Sucon with us as always. You follow the numbers and much, much more today. Looks like we're off to a much faster start this morning. We just saw a sampling of it, but it sure seems that way.
Yeah, yesterday was slower. Day 1, we had 93 of our 104 anglers catch the limit. Yesterday was only 81. We still had an 8-pound, 3/4 fish from Chris Johnston. John Cox is leading with the 813. We had 3 20-pound bags. Bill Lowen's been pretty consistent. A couple other guys are up and down. But this fishery, as Rick Clunn can attest, when he won in 2019, he came back on the final day from almost 12 pounds down. So that's the potential we have here.
We got 4 hours of the action to bring you here on FS1 this morning. Couldn't be happier about that. Got a great top 10. Everything's in place, and we might as well just start it out by getting down to our leader, Bill Lowen. He got it started early today. We got some footage to show you. He wasted no time putting numbers on the board.
Yeah, boy. Let's go. A little better start than yesterday. It ain't a giant, but it's a fish. It is a fish. All right, let's do this. Let's just get it out of the way this morning. Come on, scale. It's too cold to work.
Solid 2-pounder there. Yesterday he was catching 1-pounders. He even registered a couple of them less than a pound. So a solid 2-pounder is a better start.
Yeah, that is. He's ahead of schedule, that's for sure. Bill told us in years past he has done well on first days before, but stubbed his toe on the second day. It was the opposite situation this time around. So a good outlook for Bill. Brandon Card showed us some incredible fishing in the morning yesterday and high winds on Crescent Lake. Different look today.
Is he already gone to a different bait?
Yeah, it looks like it. Brandon Card caught most of his fish day 1 and day 2 on a sprinter bait. Looks like he's using soft plastic.
Get up in here. Yeah, I thought it was going to be a flipping day.
Yeah, he anticipated it, and it'd be hard for me not to throw the spinnerbait for a while.
At least a little bit.
A little while,
So
but
thick. I mean, this fish is probably close to 3 pounds, honestly. Just fat.
All his fish in Crescent Lake have looked well fed so far.
they do. And you wonder why it's producing, and it's always been that way. You catch the same length fish in Crescent, and each one outweigh that most of the fish you catch in the other parts of the system.
Yeah. Shane Lehue.
Rather consistent with 18.4 and 17.3, not really catching the really big 5+ pounders.
Canal, I guess, yes.
Yeah, Shane's doing something different than we've seen our other top anglers. He's fishing in these canals using a jerkbait, fishing a jerkbait slow in these canals.
No. He's got me in something. Oh, I got him out. He's not that big, but he's good.
That's a hard bait to hand land.
Oh, yeah.
3 sets of treble hooks.
Yeah.
Good fish,
You know how
though.
long I had to work? Like, that's how it's been. It's like you gotta piss them off.
Nice start, buddy.
Do something anyway. Skinny. Most of them been fat.
It's a solid start for Shane.
Oh, we'll have to find out.
Interesting, Shane doing it not with big fish. Most of those folks you find in the top 10 here have got a big fish in the equation somewhere. He may be dangerous just because he's so steady there.
If he does catch one of those big ones.
Bill Lewin again.
Hear the scream of the braid when they're reeling.
Number 2 of a 5-fish limit, about 1.5 pounds.
Not a giant. Gotta start somewhere.
Once again, we're dealing with the Florida strain bass, notoriously sensitive to cold, but the temperatures today a good 10 degrees warmer than yesterday. That should make a difference.
Shows John in the mouth of the river I thought he was in. He'll probably be up at the dam before it's over.
Like the fighter.
That was pretty when we came around that one corner and that sun was shining through the clouds. Yes! Let's go, dude. Let's go. Good one, too. The old bang stick down the snoot. Hell yeah, boys. Good start. Oh, he wasn't coming off. 3-pounder, dude. Come on. Oh, we gotta do that again. Chunky, dude. Thick.
Seth Fighter mentioned the Bane stick. It's a Z-Man Bane stick. 3/0 red line hook and a 3/16 ounce Texas rig.
That's good because it's been a while since. Yeah. I don't know what that, and the river seems clearer too, which is weird with not having grass. You wouldn't think that'd be the case, but hell yeah, I caught my first.
Seth excited about that. Mr. Consistency, 18-15 on day 1, 18-8 yesterday.
It's almost another start like yesterday.
Bill Lowen looks like he's got no intention of surrendering that lead early in the day. Why would he? 52 pounds and 9 ounces, just moving right on up that leaderboard, keeping the momentum coming from the first 2 days. And Bill Lowen's been out here, as we say, for 20 years. He has seen a lot, but he feels like his advantage here is very important.
There's a big one. I mean a big one. Stay on, girlfriend. Come over here. Come up here. Yes! We get to go fishing tomorrow. I believe when it's tough on the whole field, it's easier to win for sure. Right there, one bite. Look at that. Swim jig down the throat. And it's no secret, everybody knows I'm a shallow water angler. That's when I excel, is when the fish are up there shallow. You know, the St. Johns River, it's a beast. It's like 310 miles long. I believe it's the longest river in Florida. I need that one. So this week out here on the St. Johns River, it's gonna be one of those deals where try to find a good concentration of fish and make a run at this thing. Look at that. I mean, that's the biggest fish I've caught since we've been here. Whew. All right, let's get rid of the peanut and drop this one in there.
The Bassmaster Elite Series FXR Elite from Palatka, Florida, the St. Johns River is sponsored by Ranger Boats, by Rapala, and by Yamaha. Getting started with our broadcast today. We're into the second hour now of fishing, just about 10 minutes, 20 minutes, and less time fishing actually for these guys who have to do a lot of running. We got a big playing field here. Bill Lowen has staked out a part of that playing field that has been super productive, and you can see he has extended his lead already today by 4 pounds ahead of the rest of the field. But again, we remind you, there are giants that live here who can change the game with just a few swings of the rod. So Bill Lowen knows the more more hay he can put in the barn, the better off he is. Make it while you can.
Yeah, he has extended that lead this morning, but you have to keep in mind he's not running as far as some of those other anglers, so not unusual to see someone fishing closer to add to a lead early in the morning.
Dealing with effectively 110 miles of this river here, and baby, I know you. Oh, here we go.
Come on.
Bites in the first, keeper bites in the first hour and 20 minutes. That's strong. That is a strong start for Bill Lowen.
It really is, and we watched him yesterday morning. He was getting bites, but they were 12 ounces, 1 pound, 1.25 pounds, and this morning they are 2 pounds, 2 1/4. So, you know, he's getting bites this morning, but the average size is better. I can only wait to see when those female fish start biting if they're going to get bigger also.
Only one other angler sharing this obviously special creek with Bill Lowen is the rookie Evan Kung. They both worked in here yesterday. Obviously, both found success as they both are living here in the top 10 positions to start our day.
With Bill, you know, all these little fish were using a different technique yesterday, and he didn't do that this morning.
Right.
He went directly to the swimming jig, and which did produce the better ones and producing a better quality now. And it's interesting to see that Evan here is really doing a different technique.
He is. He's using a wacky rig shakeup, and Bill's using the jig, the swim jig, and the flip jig.
Evan Kevin from Pickering, Ontario, snagged the final spot in the Bassmaster Elite Series among the Tackle Warehouse EQ hopefuls last year on the St. Croix Bassmaster Opens. Get out to Caleb Kufall, owns one big win on Lake Guntersville here in the Bassmaster Elite Series. Another guy from the northern tier of states from up there in Wisconsin.
Caleb, another one of those anglers, is catching all of his fish flipping. That's not unusual this time of the year in Florida, that at least half of the top 10 seems to like to flip jigs and soft plastics.
Caleb is real good at sticking with the program, and when he finds something that works, he is going to exploit it fully. So we keep our eye on him for today. Back to Shane LeHue.
I like those. That was the first caster.
Shane, one of the only anglers that I'm aware of in the top 10 that's using his forward-facing sonar and a jerk bait. We see that a lot on some of the other fisheries, but we have not seen it a lot this week.
The advantage to that, to me, because I love a jerkbait and he's throwing my favorite color, is that you get to see the cadence. And then one of the greatest things to figure out with a jerkbait is how long you pause it. And he can always, if he's watching fish react to it, he can kind of start to learn that cadence quicker than you could just the old way. And jerkbait catches quality. Wow.
We learned that at the Classic last year.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And you mentioned it, Tommy. He hasn't weighed in what we call a big fish in Florida. A lot of solid ones. If he gets around a couple of those.
Oh, yeah.
Like you caught, Rick, in the tournament you won.
No, we haven't seen a 30-pound bag, and we always usually see a one or two or a few.
Point. Two of those good, solid fish. 3 pounds. There's a neighborhood there for Shane LeHue. Just him keeping the same momentum he had from the first 2 days.
Gonna move him up to second place.
Get back down to Caleb Kufall. Catch one a moment ago. This is our Brandt's bird's eye view. Beautiful, beautiful place, this lake. You're going to enjoy the scenery. Especially if you're shivering like much of America has been doing for the past 4 or 5 days.
He had a great afternoon yesterday. Caught a 5.5 about 1 p.m. and then his 5.10 came after 2 o'clock.
It's a little better one. A little better. Might be a 2-pounder. 2.5. 4.
See similarities here with where Caleb's fishing to where Bill Lowen's fishing at Macomb. It's more of a channel, not a flat bank where you see pads extending way off the bank. It shows you this flatter area. This is a deeper channel.
Reeling up. I was reeling that bait up and he hit it. It's kind of strange.
Go ahead.
We talked about that some yesterday, that this time of year, especially when a cold front like we've had here this week and all over the country, but certainly there in Florida also, those fish that are, let's say, deep water, close to shallow water, good cover. It's just a mouthful, but truly that deep water needs to be close, and those fish don't have to move as far. So when they do get a little warming trim, maybe just the sunshine out for an hour or two, those fish can move right up to some cover and set up, and they're catchable.
Forecast was for sunny skies. Hasn't happened yet today, but that's coming. And the big difference from the first 2 days is no wind that I can detect so far today, and not a whole lot expected here. So that will change the strategy for a lot of our anglers. They will adapt to it. We'll be there to watch. Bill Lowen has I don't know if he's adapted. He's riding on momentum now. He can do no wrong. Bill Lowen extending his lead. Kufal moving into second place, and Shane LeHue going up into third place. Fider there in fourth, and Jay Shakurat, our day one leader, in fifth. We'll take a break and come right back to the St. John's. Tonight on Fox Primetime Hoops, freshman phenom and player of the year favorite Cooper Flagg leads third-ranked Duke in a showdown in Madison Square Garden against Illinois. Coverage begins tonight, 7 Eastern on Fox. Oh, we've got big-time competition going here. Very important day, semifinal Saturday. 4 days of fishing in each Bassmaster Elite Series event this year. And you work hard to be in the top 50 to make it to today, and then it gets even tougher. You got to make it to the top 10 to have a shot at the championship here. Very, very valuable blue trophies, hard to get. Bill Lowen owns one of them. Got it back in 2021 on Pickwick Lake, in Alabama. He would sure like to add another one, and he is doing. He's putting in the work to do just that. It will not be easy. It won't be a walk in the park, but Bill seems to be up to the task so far today. Let's get out to Bill right now. He's got a limit. He's almost to a limit, I think.
All right, well, we just kind of now made it to our primary area. I started out a little farther this morning just to get the jitters out. Actually started out halfway decent, got 4 so far. I ain't got any big ones. It just, I got some fish to get me started and let me know that I can still get a bite. Like I said, I'm just now getting to my primary area where I've caught a lot of my big fish this week. So still swimming that jig. Yesterday morning I started out flipping, and it was really slow. And this morning I thought, I'll just start swimming and see what can happen. And I've got some bites, so I'm excited about that. I just haven't had a big bite yet, but it's early. And like I said, we got 4. I lost 1. I've missed a couple. So they were biting actually a lot better than I thought they were going to be biting this morning. Water temperature is actually about 3 degrees colder than it was yesterday morning. But once again, I'm just fishing that swim jig as slow as I can around these isolated pieces of wood and grass, and trying to get one of them big ones. So make sure you follow along today. Should be exciting. Sun gets up, gets a little warmer. The tide gets right. That tide's typically been getting right around 11 o'clock. So I'm way farther ahead of schedule than I was yesterday because I had a little limit that weighed like 5 pounds at this time yesterday, and I got a couple 2-pounders in there. So, just trying to get some big bites.
David, Rick, you both have led. He probably doesn't have any fish he wants to bring in at the end of the day. But what does early catches mean to an angler who's got a lead and kind of going out there? I guess, we've always said if you don't catch one in the first couple hours, you tighten up a little bit.
Well, you basically, you're confirming what you had prepared to do that day, and what you were hoping would happen is he just missed one. And he's getting the bites, and that's just making you commit more to what you intended to do to begin with. And like he said, he's ahead of the game right now. And You know, that's one of the mysteries of all fishermen, why we start away from our best areas so much. But we do. And it's almost like we got to get warmed up. We got to get our in rhythm, you know, but instead of going right to that best stretch. So he knows what he's doing.
Well, let's look at some of today's action and see. And ask ourselves again, why would you wait for stuff like this? He put on a show yesterday, and it really cranked into high gear after this incident right here. He's got one on. It's wrapped around the branch underwater there, and he must have labored 10 minutes on this.
Yeah, and this does not normally work out well for the angler. If you get a fish wrapped up like this for this long, you don't normally get them. And Bill was patient. He had every opportunity to just pull hard enough to break his line, but he just kept trying. And I think a lot of the reason he had seen the fish, and it was a 4-pounder, you know, in that class. So oftentimes you might be hung up. You don't know if the fish is 12 inches or 4 pounds, but he just kept on trying and would not give up. And at this point, he had a very small limit.
Oh yeah.
At this point yesterday, he had nothing anywhere close to 4 pounds in his live well.
Yeah, what I've learned about Bill, when you hear him breathing heavy, look out.
So look there. You see the branch finally broke off, and there was his biggest fish of the day at that point. But things just went uphill for there. Or downhill, it depends on.
30-pound.
Uphill with his weight for sure.
Seagar. Told her she was like a 4-pounder. I don't know if she's quite a 4, but I need her. I need her. Whew. I cannot believe that limb broke. All I did was just put a bunch of pressure on it and it broke. Whew.
Bill making the case for his brand of line, but more so for why you use heavy line.
Oh yeah. For situations like that, and people that don't tournament fish, a lot of them don't realize you. 30-pound test, trying to fish for 4 or 5 pounders, but that's exactly why.
Yeah.
Don't do it. Coming back there to you. Come on, baby. Come on. Time to go swimming, right? Come on. Come on, I need you. I need you bad. Come over here. Come up here. Come up here. Yes! We get to go fishing tomorrow. Right there, one bite. Look at that. Swim jig down the throat. That's a big one. Look at that. I mean, that's the biggest fish I've caught since we've been here.
And it just went on from there. That was not the end of the story right there. He just kept hooking up with big ones throughout that afternoon, put himself in the position he enjoys right now.
You notice he said,
the field.
Notice he said, time to go swimming. That's when it clicked to him that these bigger fish were biting that swim jig, not the flipping jig, and that was the key to him catching the 24 pounds yesterday.
Here's Jay Shakura, day one leader, Jay Shakura, who could only manage about half his day one weight on day number 2, but good enough to hang in here in the top 10. Still in the top 5 as it stands right now.
Oh, that was close. Close to a hook and a finger. But that'll get rid of. Yeah. Oh,
Quite a few,
yeah.
doesn't he?
Yeah.
Now we're talking a big, big for a big. Yeah, good thing we're getting rid of that one. See you, buddy.
Yeah. He's way ahead of schedule from yesterday. He did not have a bite yesterday at this time. He's got 5 fish in his live well, but they look Like they're all small.
Pretty small. Pretty small.
A limit of 4 pounds, 1 ounce on Bass Track.
Wow.
3 of them under a pound.
He had a limit of 0 for the first 3 hours yesterday, so that's an upgrade. So back out to Shane LaHue.
Want to watch some more jerkbaits? I like that.
Yeah.
Seen a couple 5-pounders come across the board. Carl Jacobson, who was our last man in at 50th. He's moved into the top 10. And John Garrett just landed a 5-pounder. Our winner in Florida last year.
Hitting on the paws.
Yeah. Not quite as big as his first two, but
That fish come all
better
the
keep
way
an eye
up
on him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's up there close to that pole.
Shane LaHue steadily catching them this morning. Worked himself all the way up to second place already today. At about 8 pounds total, so he's been super consistent throughout this tournament, and that may serve him well. By the end of the day, we got a lot more anglers to look at when we come back here to the St. John's.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
The St. Johns River is just a very diverse fishery. I mean, it's a tidal river system, but then there's lakes and creeks and all kinds of stuff, canals.
You know, typically the St. Johns Rivers is really good or it's really bad. I don't want to say it's really bad, but maybe it's just off a little bit. You know, I've seen times when 12 pounds is good here, and I've seen times when 15 pounds isn't good. Florida can be 80 degrees for one whole week, and then it can be 40 degrees.
Man, this is the time you want to be here. Man, when you get good weather, you know, the 10, 11, 12-pound fish show up.
Fish don't live everywhere. You can't just go, you know, down the bank and catch a bunch of fish. You really have to be dialed into certain areas, you know, where the fish like to spawn, where they're headed to, where they're leaving.
And I think when you fish in your comfort zone and you're very comfortable doing what you're doing, magic happens. I mean, we saw that today, and man, I'd love to see it happen again for the next 2 days.
It's huge, it's complex, it's full of giant fish. It's a great challenge, great place to test the best anglers in the world. Starting our season out here. TH Marine Weather Watch today. Yeah, full 10 degrees warmer than it was. Got up about 57, 58 yesterday. Started down in the 30s, down in the 40s to start today. So certainly temperature-wise, a better outlook for today. And we're supposed to have that sun popping out. I think this was a shot from a little bit earlier in the tournament. And we're supposed to have it, though, coming in today. What we don't have is the wind, and that'll affect some anglers too. See how they adjust.
Yeah, the wind was a big key for Brad and Card and some of those guys throwing spinner baits and moving baits, but there's some side fishermen that want that wind to calm down.
Shane LaHue, good keeper moments ago. He's back at it.
That one hit on the jerk.
Looks like a solid fish.
Yeah, it's like under the chin. He bit it while I was sitting still, so I don't understand that. He's not that big, but it's a limit. Quickly. He's been caught before. 1.25.
Totaling up his 5 fish weights.
Kind of got to figure they're close to 10 pounds.
Yeah,
No big ones, but they're all solid.
You know, he's catching that Vito Hibden fish that I was talking about that swims out in front of the beds and staying deep and it's not moving on the beds yet. He's in a spawning canal south of George, so.
To our leader, Bill Lowen.
Looking for his 5th fish.
Got it.
Not what we want, but it's a number 5. It's number 5. It's a limit. I gotta get bigger. I gotta get bigger. He was a pound and a half. We're killing it. 9.5 pounds. Woo!
But I feel good.
I just, it's every day it's been around that. Well, I say that, the first morning I caught 20 pounds pretty quickly. But that was right on the front of the front. The front was coming in, so I think they just bit. I think the tide's got to get a little lower. Tends to be when I'm getting them bigger bites, so we're just going to keep at it. That's all we can do. That's all we can do. Just keep on swimming. And hope I get 20 pounds before I run out of Zoom super speed crawls.
You're just picking up with us. That's your leader there. Bill Lowen took over the lead in a big way yesterday with an 8-pound advantage over the field. He's fishing downstream north of Palatka, which we see sometimes is very productive. It certainly is the story this time around. Also in that same creek is Evan Cum.
Tiny, but we got 5.
Call them all.
We need to call them all.
Evan's the only other tournament angler we've seen in the creek with Bill fishing. I think maybe one angler came in there yesterday and left.
Kind of looked around a little bit, yeah.
The log that's up there, I've caught 4 of my fish I've weighed in this tournament off it, so hopefully there's a couple more.
And Bill said it's clearer up there when he went up there.
Yeah, that upper end.
Yeah.
And Evan has fished most of his time in that upper end, and Bill Lowen staying on the lower end of that creek. So they've kind of set their boundaries for the most part, which is good. They're working together, talking to one another.
Back down to Seth Fighter.
Right now, if he was here. Little trickster. Okay. Got it in the boat. It was a good fish, 3+ pounder. Was hoping to have a couple more bites by now, but just trying to chill out and take it slow and kind of figure out what's going on in here. And like I said, it seems like there's old bite windows, and something just moved right there. There's little bite windows, and I'm hoping that one bite right there wasn't one of them. Hopefully we get in a couple of those today and get a nice bag in the boat. But so far so good. 1 for 1, and it was a good one. So hopefully just keep chipping away at them. I think there's a fish right here.
Uh-oh. How about a Skeeter Boats Big Fish Alert? BFA West Logan. 6 pounds, 6 ounce. He was 36. That'll move him up. That's our biggest fish of the day.
All right. Starting to happen out there. A little size going up there, and we'll see more of that as we push on through the morning here. These guys got a full day. We've got most of it still ahead of them out here today, and Bill Lowen, the man still on top. Shane LeHue, steady, catching solid fish. Jay Shakurik, day 1 leader, he's up there as well. Watch Seth Fider and Kufal each put decent fish in the boat, and we got a lot more fishing on the way. Day number 3.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Welcome into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. I'm at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, and welcome into the Bassmaster Elite Series season. It seems like it's been forever since we had an event, but just last fall, late summer, we were begging to know the schedule, and St. Johns River kicks off this season. So let's take you through. If you're joining us on Fox Sports 1 for the first time, this is our Bassmaster Elite Series schedule. The Bassmaster Elite Series is the top level of professional fishing in the world with 104 of the best anglers. They have a 9-event schedule. 10 if you count the Super Bowl of bass fishing, the Bassmaster Classic. And so at the St. Johns River, week 1 kicks off this week. Second week of the season, we stay in the state of Florida at Okeechobee. We will have our Bassmaster Classic at Lake Ray Roberts in Fort Worth, Texas, right in between there in the month of March. Then April, we have our North Carolina, South Carolina swing. We go to the Pascatank River, a place we've never been to on the Bassmaster Elite Series. And the last time we were there was 1981. Then we go to a place that we've been to quite a bit, Lake Hartwell. Most of the time we've been there, though, it's been for a Bassmaster Classic, either in the month of February or early March. We're going there in April, late April. It should be a great fish catching event. Then we do our Texas swing, Lake Fork and the Sabine River, back-to-back weeks in the month of May. Then we go Lake Tenkiller in mid-June. We have about a month off there. Then we'll take 2 months off from the Bassmaster Elite Series through July, early August, and we'll go to Lake St. Clair in the Mississippi River first week and third week of August to round up our season. So a big season for the Bassmaster Elite Series, covering a couple different states. We've got Florida, we've got Texas, the Carolinas, like we mentioned. We'll have some in the Midwest, like you'd call Oklahoma, the upper Midwest, like Wisconsin, and also Michigan involved as well. So 9 events, pretty balanced overall. 4 different rivers we're fishing because we have the St. Johns River, the Sabine River, the Pascatank River, and the Mississippi River. So a diverse schedule, and that's what the goal of the Bassmaster Elite Series is to test this group of fishermen, the best in the world, on different diverse bodies of water. So it should be a great schedule for those tuning in to Bassmaster Live this year.
Funny, talking about where we're headed. A lot of miles to be covered during the course of this season here. A lot of miles we're covering this week on one of the biggest fisheries we will be on all year. We got our rookie field in action, of course, and the best performing so far is Evan Kung of Canada. He's taking the top points in our Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Rookie of the Year race. Tucker Smith, also a high qualifier from the Opens last year. He's up in second place there. Emil Wagner, Lake Lanier guy, in third place there. Paul Marks, also a Lake Lanier guy. There's the Lake Lanier's putting them out this year for us. Bo Browning in there, and all of the rest of the 9 from the Tackle Warehouse EQs, the top 9 finishers in the year. And here's the rookie Evan Kung in the same creek as our leader, Bill Lowen.
It's been pretty slow today. Got a few little ones. I think it's because the sun's not really up yet. Hopefully the clouds go away and the sun come out. So it's been pretty slow this morning. Just a few small ones, but grinding away. Hopefully catch 1 or 2 of those big ones today. We're just waiting for the sun to come out. they set up in these mats a lot better once the sun gets a little higher in the sky.
Yeah, so excuse me. I'm right here, man. I am in where I have done my damage yesterday. It's a pretty decent sized area, but I've only had one bite so far. But these fish, I hadn't really come in here till probably 9 or 10 o'clock in the day, and today I started in here. So the last couple days. So, I fully expect the fish to bite it, around noon, 1, 11 to 1 o'clock. I know they're in here, but it's, right first thing in the morning. I mean, cold front in Florida, I wouldn't think they'd be biting real good first thing, so I'm not worried about it. My main deal, though, where I'm catching my big fish is punching in these mats. And I don't know if we're going to have any sun today, which really helps punching. So, we'll just have to see. I'm still going to do it. I'm looking for 5 big bites, and that's it. So I'm just going to keep plugging along. I'm going to be flipping these pads. A lot of the fish I haven't caught punching have been around wood, and this creek right here is full of it. So that's really kind of what I'm targeting, some wood that's inside the pads, flipping that and seeing if I can get a limit, but really I'm looking for 5 big ones. I mean, I want to catch a big old bag today. I think they're in here. I just got to keep plugging and fishing, and we'll see what happens.
'23 Angler of the Year Joey Cifuentes had a struggling season last year after a phenomenal season with 2 wins in 23. And he is riding the ship here.
Look at those bubbles. So that's Dunn's Creek, and that's usually got a lot of current, and those bubbles aren't moving. That's going to help him if it starts swinging. I don't know which way.
I think the tide should start moving out here soon. It might be another hour or so for where he's at, give or take a few minutes.
Get out of the slack time and get the sun up, and he'll be.
This creek is similar to where Caleb Kufal is, Evan Kung, and Bill Lowen. You see the deeper banks, and that's unusual in Florida. And you see the similarities of the guys that are in our top 10 with the cold front coming through. These deeper creeks have been better this week.
There's a rule, and they're obeying it, and that's why I think they're being successful. In the fall going to winter, okay, the fish don't want to move a long ways horizontally. They want to be able to adjust vertically. And in the winter going to spring, that's where they're at, same thing. They don't want to have to move a long ways to adjust to this change horizontally. So they're going to be close where they're going to adjust easily vertically and not very far horizontally.
I always had that little saying in my head, deep water close to shallow water cover. And it sounds a little weird, but if you think about it, those fish want to be close to that deep water. That's their safety zone for those temperature changes that you have, fall going to winter, winter going to spring. But then they don't want to be far from good available cover when you have the nice weather.
Yeah.
So. Shane LaHue hooked up again.
Why do you want to go on the troll like oh, he's got one little bitty hook. That'll help. Skinny. Real skinny. It'll coal.
Get rid of that 15.
It's not hard to coal a 15 ouncer. Bigger than I thought. $2.12.
212.
$2.12 is definitely a good upgrade for him. I think his smallest fish is a little less than a pound.
Good swap.
Yeah, I'd say.
He's 3-pounding them to death is about as well as anybody so far today. Something to be said for that. It certainly gives you something to build on.
And one thing he's done differently than other anglers I've talked to, we've seen Bill Owen and others go back to the same area each day. He has been moving into different channels, canals every single day.
Okay. Well, plans that are working, some plans that are waiting to come to fruition, waiting for conditions to change, and they should change today. The prediction is for some sunshine, no wind. What will that do to the outcome today? Well, we're a long way from finding out, but we are enjoying watching the process going on out there today. The man from Indiana, still on top here on the St. Johns River.
Hey guys, Evan Kung here. We're here at the St. Johns River in Florida. It's been a tough week. It's a cold front here. I've stuck a Yum Dinger in my hand, 5-inch black and blue, wacky rigged. Just been throwing it down the bank, throwing it at anything that I see, lily pads, mats, logs. Fish want it really slow this week. That's why I love the Yum Dinger. Sits in there higher in the water column, floats in front of their face a little more, and they love biting it, especially in Florida in the cold fronts.
So let's keep talking about the lures that are being used here. And I guess Bill Owen would be the one that everybody wants to know more about what he is using. He's using 2 different jigs. He's using a flipping jig and he's using a swimming jig. And real quick, just the basics of a jig. You have a silicone skirt, you have a lead head, and then a hook, usually a 3 to 5/0 hook. The big difference in a flipping jig and a swimming jig, you can have a difference in sometimes people want a heavy wire hook because they use braid like Bill Lowen is using, and then some people want a light wire hook on the swim jig. The other thing is the shape of the head. You have a head on a swimming jig that's going to come through cover better, come through vegetation better, so typically it's going to be a pointed type head like you have here. These aren't the exact jigs that Bill's using. We've got pictures of those we can show you, but they're very similar. This is a swim jig. You can see the eye and the shape of the head is very different than a jig that you're going to flip that's going to come through cover. He's using a 3/8 flipping jig and a 5/16 swim jig. What do you like to see, Rick, in a jig that makes you decide which one you want to use versus one that maybe you don't use?
As I said, starting, this is a learning show for me, and Bill's really been given a real good, lesson on different types of jigs. He started flipping, but he was catching smaller fish, went to the swim bait, and immediately started catching bigger fish. But it's just as important was the trailer he was putting on it to me, because he was not really jerking his rod a lot. He was really just kind of swimming it. So he was depending on that trailer to give him the action he thought that was necessary.
Yeah, that's a great point. And talk about that. This is not the exact trailer that he's using. Bill is using a Zoom Super Chunk for his flipping jig, and then he's using a Super Speed Crawl. The difference in that chunk is it's a flat jig. It does not have these appendages that actually swim and make vibration in the water. So with that swim jig, Bill's just reeling along slowly and letting these claws do the work, move the water, and those fish can really zone in on where that bait's at because of the claws. The flipping jig does not have that swimming action. It's a more subtle, like a gliding bait, a gliding jig into the cover and out of the cover a lot better. 2 very similar jigs, but when you change up the trailers, like you mentioned, and the style of the head. That's why Bill Lowen is using these two. Yesterday, the big key to his success was when he figured out they wanted that swim jig and they wanted it reeling slow, and you saw him go from catching 1-pounders to catching 4- and 5-pounders.
Yeah, and that's still a mystery. Why did it all of a sudden trigger those bigger fish? To me, you know, it was an amazing show, and it's so versatile. He could let it go to the bottom by working it slow, but he kept it moving, kept it around that heavy cover, and he is a master at it.
Yeah, he definitely is. And you could see this morning, you mentioned this right off the start of our show, you could see the confidence in Bill Lowen. He is doing what he loves to do. Absolutely. And when he gets dialed in and knows exactly which flipping jig and which swim jig these fish want, he is hard to beat.
Thank you, Dave and Bill. That was great. I mean, we watch Bassmaster live for the great competition, but we also watch to learn how to catch fish. And I think our new bait and tackle outpost there is going to be a good tool for that.
I do.
Back out to Bill Lowen, the aforementioned Bill Lowen.
Yeah, so I get to talk to these anglers. I mean, Rick, you and I competed for a lot of years and love every minute of it, but it's great to call these anglers, especially the ones like Bill Lowen that's leading this tournament. And he sent me pictures. They never did this when I competed against him. He sent me pictures. These are the two jigs, the exact two jigs that Bill Lowen is using. The one on the left there is the flipping jig, Bill Lowen flipping jig, and it is a Zoom Super Chunk. Like I said, those legs on that particular jig do not vibrate, they do not move water. That's a gliding type bait. The one on the right is a swim jig. It's a 5/16 ounce Bill Lowen swim jig. Both of these baits in black, blue. And the difference here, the big difference here as far as the presentation and what those fish feel in the water is that is a super speed crawl. It moves a lot of water, makes a lot of vibration in the water.
Might have a little more.
Oop. Well, I'm doing what I like to do. You know, I got a whole signature series line at Lure Parts Online of flipping jigs, swim jigs, forward-facing sonar heads, finesse football heads, you name it. I got a jig for it, and that's what I'm using this week. I'm using my 5/16 ounce Bill Lowen swim jig head, and I'm got it tipped with a Zoom Super Speed Crawl. And the reason I'm using that Super Speed Crawl is it's got big, giant, kicky legs on it, as you can see, and it has a lot of water displacement. And the only way I've been able to get bit this week on this jig is to wind it really slow. And them legs on that Super Speed Crawl help me do that. And then the other bait that I'm using is my 3/8 ounce flipping jig. Same jig that I won Pickwick on, black and blue, and I got it tipped with a black Super Chunk, a Zoom Super Chunk as well. Throwing my swim jig on 30-pound Tactec Seaguar braid. That's what I swim my jig on all the time. And I'm flipping my jig on 22-pound Tatsu, Seaguar Tatsu. And that's kind of been my 1-2 punch all week. Got a little limit this morning, swimming the jig. I haven't had any big bites yet, but the big bites haven't been coming until later in the day, you know, 11 o'clock till it's time to go in. So I'm not stressing yet. I'm in way better shape now than I was yesterday at this time. I think I got a limit that weighs 9.5 pounds, but yeah, that's been my 1-2 punch. And I'm getting a little nervous here because I think I'm about ready to run out of trailers for this swim jig.
LaHue's last fish cut his deficit to Lowen under 7 pounds. We got 3 new guys in our top 10. Patrick Walters, watch out. Justin Atkins caught a 5-pounder. And Carl Jacobson, he's got a limit, and he's got a 5-pounder as well.
Things are changing. Joey Cifuentes, he is trying to stay in that top 10, waiting for the conditions to happen.
That mindset, you don't have to have more than Bill Lowen today. You need to make up some ground today.
Yeah.
Hopefully you can have more than him tomorrow.
These are the bucks. We need the females. Pound. If it's 12, 12 and a half inches, it's a pound. Generally.
So Fuentes had a 6.4 yesterday, and it came in the afternoon as well in his 21-plus bag that jumped him from 56 to 8th.
Joey, we're going.
You know, I'm having a hard time seeing areas that a 30-pound string will come from, historically speaking. The only area that I see anybody fishing, and we haven't had a report on him, is Cox.
That's not a fry garter.
In the Ogallala River.
He was swimming up under that mat. And I was like, that looks like a bass. Yeah, that's a good one.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a 3+.
Pay attention to how he's fighting these fish, if you're a fan.
God.
And there's reasons.
I do not want you to get around the dock board. It's not hooked very well. I think he's a 3+, I don't know.
There you make eye contact to see where the hooks are at.
There we go. That was a bonus fish. That was not a fry garter. God, he's fat. That's a pre-spawner. I mean, that's like a...
Solid fish there. He's not in Crescent Lake either. That's a healthy one.
He's getting those Crescent Lake looking fish, though, that's for sure, Shane, with you.
And he figure eights the fish a lot to try to get other hooks in it.
Hey, we got a skeeter boat.
That's what that's about.
Big fish alert.
Whoa.
Wow.
Bernie Schultz, a 9.5. Could be our Phoenix Boats big bass of the event. We got 8.13 from Cox on day one, 8.12 yesterday. Bernie Schultz with a 9.5.
Oh, that's what can happen here and change things up. Bernie Schultz
up to fifth
shaping
place
up
with
his
that
outlook
fish.
in a big way with one swing of the rod. Look at him, all the way up into 5th place.
On one fish.
One fish. Man, oh man, we're in an exciting spot to open this season of 2025. Bill Lowen, and now we get the big one starting today. Let's see what happens as it all unfolds on the St. Johns River. Well, tomorrow on Fox, the NASCAR Cup Series heads to Atlanta, where the best drivers in the world take on the high banks in an all-out battle for the checkered flag. Pre-race coverage begins at 2 p.m. Eastern, green flag at 3, only on Fox.
Fun watching them get started last week at Daytona.
Oh man, yes, it's a very anticipated time of the year in racing as well as bass fishing for sure. We got a big time tournament going on right here, the FXR Pro Fish Bassmaster Elite at the St. Johns River. We're down to our 50 anglers who have survived to day number 3. And you're starting to see things heat up. We're having some giants show up on our leaderboard as well. Some big fish, which is what this place is known for.
Shane LaHue's last fish was his biggest, a 3.5 pounder. Got him to 14 pounds, 4 ounces, biggest bag of the day. He's cut his 10-pound deficit to Bill Lowen to 4 pounds and change.
Well, things are changing.
I was afraid he's got some spectators on him.
Yeah. Very different aerial view. Yesterday was only Bill Lowen, and now there's about 5 other boats there.
Yeah.
They're not fishing. They didn't look like they were fishing, which is good.
Go from Bill Lowen back to Joey Fuentes. 3 fish, I think, in the boat now. No size showing up as yet, but he feels pretty confident. He told us that the big ones are here. Got to get some sun out and get his punching conditions going here.
It's starting to peek through a little bit. It's supposed to get sunny.
Yeah.
It's already warmed into the mid-50s.
Better one. Probably 2.5. Just shy of 2.5.
Shade bigger there, moving in the right direction for Joey. Feels good about this entire area here. He says it's a pretty good sized place to operate in on this day.
And similar to Bill Lowen, the size of his fish seems to get bigger as the day goes on. Good solid start though with those 2-pounders.
Yeah. And from Clinton, Arkansas. Originally from California.
I did not know that.
I think that's right. I'm pretty sure that's right.
Good. I've wondered about him.
Let's go to Crescent Lake, Brandon Card. That's where he's getting his mail this week.
Yeah. Well, it's been a slower morning. We don't have any wind today, and they don't seem to be chasing like they were the previous 2 days. You know, it definitely was a spinnerbait bite the first 2 days for me. But in practice, it was calm, just like it is right now, and I was catching them on soft baits, you know, on creature baits and stuff like that. And I did catch that one this morning on a creature, flipping, but I haven't really, that's the only bite I've had. And so now I'm trying a little wacky worm, just trying to crack the code. I mean, I feel like I'm fishing some really high percentage areas, so I think there's obviously fish here. I mean, yesterday afternoon, I had a lot of fish slap at my spinnerbait and not eat it, so I would assume they're still here. I mean, I don't think they've swam away, so we're just trying different baits and just trying to see what mood they're in this morning. I would be fine if it turned into a flipping day. It's a fun bite. I got hung on the corner of that dock. It's a fun bite flipping them up like that, so we're just kind of trying to piece it together as we go. Still cloudy this morning, so it's not like...
Well, it's certainly not getting the workout he was getting yesterday. I mean, it was impressive, the way he was able to fish in the conditions, but it was working. He was catching them on the spinnerbait yesterday with all that wind and waves.
Still fishing the same angle on the docks.
Yeah, he is.
Oh man, he's still in there.
Ball. Catching some of his fish flipping, but then he also mentioned to me last night when we talked that he was throwing a spinnerbait in pads a little later in the day, so he's made that move.
I know he likes a spinnerbait. Oops.
Wow.
Oh, that's not the same fish. That's not the same fish. Could be spawning there. This might be the male. I don't know.
So he missed a fish.
Way bigger than that.
On the spinnerbait and picked up that soft plastic Cinco style bait. And
there's no way that was it.
If I knew that, I wouldn't be putting that fish on the scale. I'd be
absolutely
back to that other place and then, okay, let's weigh him later.
Where you're at and the time of year is probably a male and a female spawning there.
Of course, he's on a nest, I guess. He expects it to stay around it. So
mean, I didn't get a real good look at him, but I doubt that was the fish. It looked like a really big swirl, you know. But then I threw it in there, you know, and whatever, you know, that one bit it right away. Like, it was excited, you know, which usually when you get one fired up like that, it might have been that fish. I don't know.
I would make multiple casts right back to the same spot.
It was very excited that my Cinco went there. Went in there. He hit it right away.
Oh, wow.
Let's look at the 2 casts preceding that small fish catch there. The spinnerbait, oh, see.
Missed one there on the spinnerbait. Throws it back in there, I think. Yeah. Ooh. And he's picks up a Cinco. Looks like a light Texas rig, very similar to what Seth Fighter's doing, probably a 3/16 ounce Texas rig. Got him. Love it when a plan comes together.
Yeah, man. That's, you know, it's got a definite procedure that works right there. Kufal. Be checking in with him, that is for sure. Caleb trying to stick in that top 10. He's not, yeah, he's up to 3rd place right now. Okay, Shakira hanging in there in the top 4, and Bernie Schultz with a 9.5 coming, charging up the leaderboard into the top 10 as well. We got Kung, Cifuentes, Seth Fighter, and all the rest to check on when we come back. The FXR ProFish Bassmaster Elite at the St. Johns River, Palatka, Florida, is sponsored by Minn Kota, by Bass Pro Shops, and by Skeeter Boats. Now here into our 3rd hour of fishing, well into our 3rd hour of fishing here on the St. Johns River on the 3rd day of competition. We got 50 anglers out there, and that's the way the leaderboard looks right now, unofficially, per Bass Track. Bill Lowen still hanging on to that lead, but it's been cut into significantly by Shane LeHue. Caleb Kufal having moved up a little bit during the day. Justin Atkins from outside the top 10 has jumped in there. Jay Shakira, your day 1 leader, and there in 6th place, you see Bernie Schultz. Who's the man of the hour? Well, I think it could be Bernie Schultz right now, because we just got a report that Bernie has boated a 9-pound 5. Oh, there it is right there. Yeah, I would say that's a 9-pound fish.
Yeah, that's a way to be the Mercury move of the day. I think Bernie was in 14th place.
Yeah, had 17.7 on day 1, 14.11 on day 2, and with 1 fish.
1 fish, 1 big St. Johns River largemouth bass moves him up to 6th place. Good job, Bernie Schultz. Get 4 more of those, and you will have the lead.
Brandon, you might not go back to your spinnerbait.
Yeah.
Another spinnerbait fish. Spinnerbait's sort of making a comeback here this week.
Another guy making a move is John Garrett. He was 38th. He's got 2 bag builders, a 6.0 and a 5.0. He's up to 11th place.
Oh, wow.
Let's get out to Jay.
You know, this morning the goal was just to catch a limit. We did that. It's not a lot by any means. I mean, it's a pretty small limit. But it is a limit. I mean, it's a limit of bass, so it gives me confidence to now come into these canals that I'm in now and, you know, try and catch those fish that are in that, you know, 2 to 3 pound range. Maybe catch a 4 or 5 pounder in here as well. You know, these fish have been setting up, you know, either on the bed or they're guarding fry in here. And it seems like when you do catch one in here, it is that, you know, better than a 2+ pounder size fish, which for right now is very good on the St. John. So that's kind of our plan here for the remainder of the day, in my opinion. We had clouds, so my idea of maybe going and trying to find some more sight fish has kind of exited my mind, just because it's hard when you don't have any sun. So now we're just going to look around for some fish in here and see if we can, you know, catch a couple of quality bites.
Jay was the day one leader. Big key to his success was he had 2 big ones that he caught sight fishing.
Yeah.
Not able to do that yesterday. I assume that's what he's going to do for the rest of the day. He's got a small limit. He'll probably try to find one of those 6 or 7 pounders on the bed.
Yeah, he had an 8.4 on day one, Davey, along with a 6-pounder. That's
Big Kufal with some company down there at his place. Jay getting things going this morning. I mean, Caleb Kufal getting things going this morning.
Yeah, that's not Jay. That's Jay.
Leader Bill Lowen, upper left.
Looks like he's flipping right now, but.
Yeah, I think he is.
But he can do tricks with that swim jig.
Oh, yeah. Yesterday, Bill made it look like this creek is absolutely stacked with fish, and a lot of quality fish. But you have to think to yourself, with 104 of the best anglers in the world, there had to be other anglers that practice in this creek. So I just wonder if there was as many as it seemed yesterday when we were watching him, just everything going perfect. Solid lead he had, you know, starting the day off. So he doesn't have to catch another 24 pounds to win each day, I don't think. But you have to kind of be thinking that there's only 2 anglers fishing in there, and you know more had to go in there and practice. So it might not be, there might not be as many fish, especially those 4+ pounders in this creek as it appeared yesterday when we were watching Bill.
Let's take a look at Bill's morning so far, coming out after a blockbuster 2 days here in this special place. First plan number 1, objective 1 is get a limit in the boat.
He was able to do that.
It ain't a giant.
Yesterday morning and this morning. You see here, this is earlier today. Good, solid 2-pounders. You know, when you start today with an 8+ pound lead, those 2-pounders go a long way.
Yeah,
you've got a little room on the field, but certainly we hope that he catches some more of those 4 and 5 pounders like he did yesterday. The thing that we have talked about, but can't say enough, Bill Lowen is in his zone. He is doing what he absolutely loves to do. He's got a place basically to himself, a big part of this creek, and he's got a swim jig and a flipping jig in his hand. If the winning fish are in there, Bill Lowen will catch them.
Yeah, yeah.
It's number 5, it's a limit. I gotta get bigger. I gotta get bigger.
Well, we get some sun coming out perhaps, and there wasn't much wind in here yesterday, so wind I don't think is much of a factor in how it's going today.
The only thing it might do is move water in and out of there because of the wind affecting the main river right outside of this creek.
He also said things heat up around 11 here too, so that's something to keep in the back of your mind.
Just approaching, I think, 10 their time right now, so.
Best maybe yet to come.
I'm really surprised Shane LaHue has not caught one of those, you know, real big ones for a Florida 6+ pounder. I think you were 100% right earlier, Rick, in saying that the fish he is apparently fishing for are those ones that have moved off the bed, and oftentimes that's the bigger females. That they have moved out into the canal, and they're just waiting for the water temperatures to rise to move back up there.
Still doing a lot of pausing. Not doing much jerking though either. Just 1 or 2 jerks, then he pauses again.
I didn't have patience to do that as much as I probably should have in my
It's
career.
hard. You know, when I had the 32-pound jerkbait string at Kentucky Lake, you had to pause 8 seconds to get a bite. And that is forever.
Probably the reason I thought I had a good day, 21 pounds. That tournament you're talking about, I remember, and I was throwing a jerkbait, but I had 20 pounds, you had 30. I couldn't pause for 8 seconds.
And that's what happened to me when we canceled the second day and went to the third day. I could not pause any longer because they had a BFL tournament going out everywhere. People were running and getting on the spot.
Well, we have seen a lot this morning. I want to see that picture of Bernie's fish one more time before the day is out. That was very, very impressive. So some hints, some rumblings of larger things maybe yet to come here on the St. Johns River. We got a lot more fishing on the way for you. Don't go away.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
First couple of years was a bit of a struggle for me adjusting to the big leagues, and the last few years just been a lot of fun. I've been fishing really good. Everything in life's going really good right now. Amazing wife, beautiful little girls, so it makes it a little harder, but I've been going back home between each tournament, and even if it's only for a few days, and turning around and driving back, but it's worth it.
Seth Fighter, our 2021 Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, and as part of that winning campaign, it included a third-place finish here starting the season at St. Johns River in that year. So Seth feels very comfortable in this area. There's no doubt about that, reflected by the fact that he's in the top 10 today and hanging in there so far. Right now in 10th place, so you'll want to pick up the pace a little bit. Got to be in the top 10 at the end of the day if you want to fish on Sunday. Out to Caleb Kufal.
Update. It's been, I don't know, I got a limit, you know. None of them are big. I got a bunch of 1.5-pounders in there, and you know, I started in another spot that I got most of my bites in. Just got one fishing these pads now, and I've been doing that pretty much every day. You know, I've been starting out in a spot that I know I can get some bites, get some fish in the boat, and then come doing this. And it's been a grind. I know it's going to be a grind, but it's the way I've gotten my big bites all week. So we're just going to keep grinding it out. You know, yesterday I only got 2 bites doing this, but they were really, you know, there were some big ones. So that's kind of what we're hoping for.
Caleb, another northerner who feels comfortable in this place. Caleb's notched a 16th and a 23rd finish here.
Yeah, the big question for Caleb and some of the other anglers that are fishing the same stretches of pads, the same areas, will those fish replenish? Will they be able to catch fish for 4 days in a row? Yeah. Even, you know, like Bill Owen and Evan Kung, back and over, back and forth, back and forth. You hope they will replenish, and I feel like they will for Bill Owen. But what Shane LaHue is doing, going to different canals each day, fishing, and then being able to go duplicate those man-made canals and catch fish, you know, that's more of an advantage on a 4-day event if you can go take a pattern to different areas and make it work.
Let's take a look back at earlier today with Caleb Kufal. Also our Guntersville champion in 2021.
Much like Bill Owen, oftentimes, most often when you see him having success, being in the top 10, he's got a flipping stick in his hand.
Oh, yeah. He's.
And the spinnerbait like he's got here. We've seen him have multiple tournaments where he's flipping, and on the windy days, he picks up that spinnerbait and does well doing that.
Feeling from Mukwango, Wisconsin. They're in the central Wisconsin, not too far from Milwaukee.
We've got more northern anglers on the Bassmaster Elite Series, I think, in the last 5-6 years than we had for the previous 30 years in period.
I think you're right there.
Yeah, and the early theory on northern anglers, they only get to fish 6 months out of the year, so how can they be as good as a 12 months out of the year fisherman out of the south? But they're proving they can.
Seth Fighter kind of broke the ice with that influx of upper Midwest guys.
We've had.
I think Kevin Van Dam did.
Well, a little further east.
I'm trolling in these canals. I'm utilizing my live scope. I'm having to troll really slow, so it's super time consuming, but what I'm doing is I'm actually looking for fry garters. And I think just me being a little more patient and going this slow, and some of them I'm having to work for 15-20 minutes before they actually commit. It's pretty wild that you can get them to bite after they've seen the bait so much. The only thing I can get them to bite is a jerk bait. I've thrown wacky worm, drop shot, jigs, other stuff that you typically catch fry garters on, and I cannot get them to bite anything besides a jerk bait. I can't even hardly get them to look at anything besides a jerk bait. I think there was a big wave of spawners before we got here. It was really warm, it was a full moon. And I figured this was going to be the most consistent thing that I found personally for especially the weather we had. The water temp in here anyway, I don't know what other guys are seeing around the lake and the river, but it's actually dropped 6 degrees since the first day of practice. I saw 70, so you can say 6 to 8 degrees. And these, fry garters, they don't really care as much. Some of them are deeper. I'm really having to troll in these little bit deeper canals. There's a lot of really shallow canals on the St. John's, like foot and a half, 2 foot deep, and you're just not going to be able to see them. And I think, you could potentially catch a couple that are in those really shallow canals, but like I said, I'm having to work these fish so hard to even get them to bite. So I think, if I'm trolling in a canal or somebody else, you're probably trolling through there pretty quick, either looking for bedfish, flipping pads, things like that. And like I said, some of these fish I'm having to throw 30, 40 times before they bite. I can kind of tell when one's gonna bite at this point. If he follows my stuff within the first few casts and he follows it out a pretty good distance, typically he's gonna bite eventually. I've been running new stuff every day too. Like I've started somewhere new every day, and I've caught a limit just in one canal. Yesterday I probably caught 10 out of a different canal a little farther north, just above Astor, as soon as you get down here in the river. And then today I started in a new one. The first day I started in the one to our left here. So, these fish don't really reload as far as what I'm seeing. Like I'm starting to see some empty fry balls, like this pocket that I'm in now, or this canal. I've seen way more empty ones than I have fish with fish in them. And the fry balls show up really good on this live scope. They don't swim around. They look like a little small ball of shad, but they don't swim around. And then you can see the hard white return of a bass sitting, either on the bottom just below them or dead center in the middle of them. So I think, it's something kind of unique that I found. And, I told Brandon, my roommate, about it, and, I was worried about getting them to bite because they are so hard to catch. And I think that's why a lot of guys kind of passed them over. And a lot of people come in here with perspective and look for bedding fish and things like that as well. And I don't think you can pick up these fry balls as good on the perspective setting It's really good for bed fishing, but probably not as good for finding these fry garters. And they're a lot bigger than I expected them to be. Like the first day, I caught 2 fry garters over 4 pounds. Most of the males, me and Davey were talking about it yesterday. Most of the males you catch off beds in Florida, shoot they're 11 to 13 inches long, and then the females, 5 or 6, 7 pounds. So it's been kind of odd that I've caught the weight. It was pretty lucky. The first one I pulled up on the first day of the tournament, I got it to bite in like 2 casts. So it slowed me down. I had 3 fish at like 10:30 the first day for 3 pounds. I had 3 little babies. And then I caught 18 pounds out of 1 canal. So it's just helped me slow down. And like this morning, I picked a new one and they were biting. I caught a limit in probably an hour, I would say. And I did not find anywhere else on the river that I can do that.
Shane, with very detailed explanation of his approach there. I mean, that's expanded on what you told us in a big way, Davey.
That's solid gold, what he talked about
some
right
good
there.
stuff. Interesting.
I wasn't going to go into it today. I was going to wait till tomorrow out of respect for him. He's in this tournament, but he just told some good stuff right there.
He's no stranger to big fish. We remember his performance here in 2021 at Lake Fork. Down there, a 4th place finish. Shane LaHue with 100 pounds and 9 ounces. Gets himself a Century belt. Oh, that's very cherished among his group out here, getting one of those belts. And of course, that was the year Lee Livesey laid down 113 pounds and 11 ounces.
100 pounds and you finish 4th? That's not fair. That's not fair.
No, it's really not, but that's life. In the big time, as they say. Let's get back downstream, up north to Bill Lowen and Evan Kong, that same waterway.
Should be going out. That one will help. Not what we need, but it's better than what we got. Thought when I got that bite, he was going to be a big one. He was on that jig. Almost a 2.5 pounder. All right.
You know you're doing things right when there's multiple drones over your head.
Yeah, I think you're right. It sounds like a couple of them.
We gotta get rid of number 5.
He's going to gain a pound. John Garrett moves up to 3rd place. He caught a 5.5 to go with his 6.0 and his 5.0 from 38th. He's got 16.5 pounds right now on 3 fish. He's in 3rd place.
John Garrett, look out for him. He won down here in Florida last year at the Harris chain. Very solid game plan he had as well, with a place to get his limit and another place to get his big fish. Those sort of formulas tend to work down here in the Sunshine State. We'll take some more looks at what else is working here on this Day 3 semifinal Saturday. The FXR Pro-Fish Bassmaster Elite at the St. Johns River. 50 anglers out there doggedly pursuing that top 10 spot. You got to have a top 10 spot if you want to make it to Championship Sunday. We got some champions out there on the dock, though. Good-looking bunch of dogs here down in Florida, guarding their property, their territory, keeping it safe from bass anglers. That's their job.
Yeah, God didn't give them wings, so you would not know they're angels.
There you go. True dog
Because
loving
they are
speaking
true
there.
angels. Yeah.
Absolutely. Good looking pair right there.
Who's a good boy?
Look like brothers getting the job done here on this Saturday morning. Everybody's home. The dogs like it when that's happening. Get out to Bill Lowen, Evan Kung. They're in the same creek. Bill Lowen still your leader. 5.5 pound advantage over Shane LeHue.
Gained a pound with that last fish, 2.5 pounder.
One of the mysteries of what he's doing
In the boat.
Is what part of the creek and why does it hold the fish? It does the straight stretches, or it's the deep bends. But it seems like there is a pattern there still. It's hard to figure out that part for me.
Especially with a tidal influence because of water quality, moving around.
Come on, why are y'all not biting?
Whatever the reason, I think he's picked the right section of the creek.
Yeah.
It's about this time yesterday, he caught his 6 pounder. His first fish. First good fish.
Had almost 25 pounds yesterday. Ways to go to catch that today. It would be pretty formidable if he were to catch that same amount today. That would be a hard mountain to climb.
He had that hour stretch where he put about 14 pounds in the live well.
Brock Mosley?
So far, but where I've caught a lot of my fish, I'm waiting for the tide to get right. So I ran up here where I've caught some big ones in the past, and I caught a few the first day of the tournament up here that helped. But I didn't come up here yesterday. I'm just trying to catch a big one. That's all I'm trying to do. I'm on TV. Yes, ma'am. Fox Sports South, FS1. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. It's on there right now. Yes, ma'am.
Go fix her hair and put her makeup on.
There we go, yeah. Brock doing a little media self-promotion there, pushing Fox FS1, where we are right now.
What was he throwing, could you tell?
Oh.
He's known for little square bills and stuff.
I think it was a spinnerbait, wasn't it? Or a chatterbait. I think it was actually a vibrating jig. I lost my focus there when
the lady
watching the dogs and then the lady coming out. I didn't know if there was going to be a controversy there because he was fishing around her dock.
Let's get back to Crescent Lake on Dunn Creek.
He's going back, briefly.
And a card.
Somebody's catching them, though. They always are.
Go.
Get up in here, yeah, boy. That's a good one. Yes. Finally, got some feedback.
Laid that spinnerbait down.
Dang, that one's close to 4. Flipping a black and blue stick worm, just going so methodically slow. This fish actually hit it pretty good though. I was dragging along and went, oh. Heck yeah, number 2. Four pounder. 3/16 ounce weight, just, not much weight there at all. Just a 4/0 straight shank. Just a 5-inch stick worm.
Does have a peg up there, doesn't he?
If you got a cold front in Florida, it's hard to beat something just super subtle like this. This 5-inch stick bait has probably been the best catcher in Florida ever. Says you just need a clue, you know what I mean? Just need a clue.
Said he got feedback. I want to know what that clue was, what that fish told him.
To keep throwing that 5-inch shakeup, I think.
Yeah.
Well, he just laid the spinnerbait down too.
Well,
which I kind of confirmed when we went back and caught that fish because he piped on that spinnerbait on that same dock.
Oh, okay.
Definitely worth catching. Oh, yes. I had to get that.
I guess he was letting that bait sit also. I thought he was flipping a worm.
Good one.
Good one.
Best fish should get him in third place.
That's going to be a good call there.
Pushing 3.5.
Got a battle scar on him too.
Mm-hmm.
A deep scar. That might be the old cormorant.
They secure it. Wanting to up the ante here, trying to find some size back there in one of those canals. Oh,
How about
what?
a skeeter boat?
What?
Big fish alert. Remember me talking about John Garrett? He just landed an 8-0 on Bass Track. He's up to 24 pounds, 8 ounces, 3.9 off Bill Lowen's pace.
With 4 fish?
4 fish.
Oh, man. Oh, man. Look out then. John Garrett now making this a horse race up at the top end of the leaderboard. Wow. Big day. Couple of 5-pounders and an 8? Are you kidding me? What a start to day number 3. John Garrett, who knows how to win down here in the Sunshine State, making big waves here on day number 3. Behind him, LaHue, Shakurat, and all the rest. We will be right back with more from St. John's. Bassmaster Elite Series FXR Pro Fish Elite on the St. Johns River. Our 50 anglers who are out here today, and our live coverage brought to you by Humminbird. We have got a lot going on. Our anglers approaching. They're into their 4th hour of fishing now as they get closer to the halfway point on this day. And we have seen a lot of action so far. Our leader, Bill Lowen, has not been able to locate the giant fish that got him here, but he really hasn't hit his time yet. That will happen maybe within the next hour, so we'll see what happens there. But as far as making things happen, first we saw it was Bernie Schultz, the veteran, knock it out at 9.5. Down there not too far from the takeoff in Palatka to put himself up there in the top 10. But then John Garrett, who won down here at the Harris chain last year as a rookie, has got a tremendous stringer going, 24 pounds and 8 ounces to pull himself within 4 pounds of our leader, Bill Lowen.
Only 4 fish in his live well.
And
he's
only
on
4.
track to shatter the biggest stringer so far this week.
Absolutely. Back to Joey Cifuentes.
He's ounces away right now, Davey.
Wanting some sunshine, starting to maybe looks like possibly get some sunshine.
On Bass Track on the Phoenix Boats Big Bass, John Garrett has 4 of the top 7 fish today. You know you're doing well when your name is dotted all along there.
If you watch his technique here, because Florida has 2 techniques when they're flipping. He's letting it go all the way to the bottom. But if sometimes he reels it up and he'll shake it right below the cover. And that works a lot in Florida, where you fish down deep and then you come right up under the cover and you move it right there.
Gerald Swindle has moved from 18th into our top 10 at 8th. He's got a limit, almost 11 pounds.
Yeah, Gerald's had a solid event so far.
Yes, he has.
No real big ones, but just good, solid 5-fish limits.
I looked back in LaHue, getting here in our top 10. His biggest fish has been a 4 1/4 this week. So did you talk to him? Has he got plans to, or just in the canal, you never know. You could run across something big.
He was puzzled, just like we are. How do you do what he's doing, and he hasn't come across a 5-6 pound fish? You just think it's going to happen at some point, especially because he's moving around from canal to canal and starting in a different place every day.
But fry garters aren't the big fish.
But you would think he would see, because he's seeing them with his forward face, and you would think he would at least spot a female around.
That was eye-opening when he started explaining that great explanation.
Mm-hmm, it was.
Yeah, so, see, we've really got a battle of Bill Owen is old school as you can get. What he's, not him personally, but black blue jig flipping, okay? Wood, visible cover. Shane LaHue is doing something that's only become possible in recent years. To be able to see those fry garters, he said some of those fish are 7 feet deep.
Wow.
And the male, because of the cold front, I think, normally you fry guard, you catch those fish guard fry, you see them on the surface with your eyes. The cold front has pushed the fry down, and the males that are guarding the fry are staying with them. You didn't see that just a couple of years ago. So it's like cutting edge new technique, pattern that Shane is doing versus black blue jig. And it's almost like the U.S.-Canadian hockey match. There's people that I promise you are pulling for Bill Owen.
Oh, yeah.
And there's people that Shane LaHue show him that black blue jig can be beat with modern technology.
The old versus the new, and
here's Garrett.
People like to root for their favorites in that one. Something to show you right here. Now we noted the 8-pounder added to 3 other big fish here in his live well. 4 fish, but there's the 8-pounder from John Garrett earlier today, changing the complexion of this tournament for sure.
Beautiful Florida bass.
Oh yeah, we want to see that again too. Now there's one bigger, 9.5 Bernie Schultz. That was about 45 minutes, an hour ago. Not too far from the takeoff. Our fantastic host city, Palatka, Florida. Oh, they live here. Conditions can get tough, and you can think they don't, but no, they're there. They're absolutely there.
What if I want to say something?
Please do.
I don't think. All right, buddy. Thank you. Okay, that's fine. Thanks. Well, it's been, I got a little limit that weighs 10 pounds. I haven't had any good bites, getting really close to that window where I've been catching some good ones. The tide just needs to go out, and for whatever reason, it doesn't seem like it's moving very good this morning. Yesterday around 11 or 12 o'clock, it was pretty low, and it's still pretty high right now, and it seems like when that tide gets low, that's when I get my better than average bites. So kind of just trying to wait that out. If it don't work out, we may pull the plug here and go somewhere else. I got a couple areas that I haven't been to yet. I don't know if any of the other guys are fishing them, but they're not that far, and if they are, we'll just turn around and come back. But as of right now, we're just going to keep grinding here, and this is where I've been catching all my weight, and I'm going to give it an honest effort before I decide to make a change. So we still got a couple hours here ahead of us. It should be prime time, so I'm not stressing out yet.
I'll lay a wager.
Yeah, you're thinking the exact same thing. If anybody wants to take bets on whether he's going to leave this creek in the next few hours,
You'll cover him?
I'll take the under. I don't think he's going anywhere today. Now, if things don't pan out for him today, maybe tomorrow.
Yeah,
but,
yeah.
At least I hope he doesn't go anywhere. I think he has a chance to catch some more good fish there.
Many, many years, these 20 years that Bill Lowen's been a part of the Bassmaster Elite Series, that people would always point to his name as one of the anglers who been so close so many times and certainly overdue for a win. And that all changed in 2021 when he was able to get the job done on Pickwick Lake on the Tennessee River there in Alabama. A good tournament. I think he came slight lead going into the final day. Certainly not out of the woods yet, but then something big time happened.
Oh, Nancy. Oh, baby, stay on. Please stay on. Oh, my gosh. Please stay on. Please. Come here. Come here. Come here. Yeah! Woo! Look at the size of that one! Oh my gosh! Woo! It is big, folks at home. It's giant. Holy moly! Oh my gosh!
Oh, he waited for that moment for a long, long time. Had so many close calls, but boy, if you're going to break through with a giant like that.
Yeah, what a day. I think everyone was smiling. Everyone that was watching that tournament was smiling. So happy that Bill Lowen was able to catch that fish and finally hold that first blue trophy over his head.
Got news, John Garrett has filled his limit. 3.5 pounders up to 28. He started 28-1 behind. He's 1 ounce behind Bill Lowen right now.
Oh, wow. We got a statistical tie at the top of the leaderboard. We got a horse race going on, and it's still just semifinal Saturday. And plenty more time for more action. Don't go away.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
To the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge. We have a couple different fantasy fishing game modes that you can choose from. If you're a fantasy nut guru in other sports, basketball, baseball, football, whatever the case may be, we also have fantasy options for you to play with bass fishing. And that would be these 3 game modes: Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing, TH Marine Pick'em, and Falcon Rods Drain the Lake. 3 different game modes varying in skill, strategy, and diversity in the way they're formed. Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing is divided up into 5 buckets. We have 104 Elite Series pros, roughly 20 or 21 anglers per bucket based on the way they perform in our Angler of the Year race. So the top 20 anglers are going to be in bucket A. The bottom 20 are going to be in bucket E. And you have to choose 1 per week to see if your 5-man lineup matches up at the top of the leaderboard. Then we go over to TH Marine Pick'em, a new game mode for 2025. 7 individual matchups pitting 2 anglers against each other based on some kind of common thread, whether it's Chris Johnston versus Trey McKinney in terms of last year's Angler of the Year and last year's Rookie of the Year. Pick one of those to win. At the end of the year, if you've picked the most correct matchups, you will win the overall grand prize. And that is a unique, interesting, and fun game, especially if you don't know all the Elite Series pros and it's hard to choose the 104, which ones you're going to pick. Here's 7 matchups, 14 anglers. Pick 1 from each matchup and move on. The 3rd game mode we have is Falcon Rods Drain the Lake. This is the one that has the most strategy involved, because when you pick an angler to perform for your fantasy team for one event, you pick them for just that event. They're done for the rest of the year. So if you use your best 8 anglers that you think at the first event, you don't get to choose them the rest of the year, including the Classic. So spreading out the love, keeping a consistent roster throughout the year, but making sure you do get plenty of points. Picking a winner is very important in this game mode. You only have one shot to pick them. If you pick the winner, you get double points, and for the Classic, you get triple points. So picking a winner is the most important in that game mode. You do not want to miss a pick in TH Marine, and being consistent overall, you better be on your game for Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing.
Thank you, Ronnie. Now we got 3. One of those you got to be good at, so you might as well try them all 3 and say, or maybe not. We'll see.
I like the pick'ems.
Tommy in
the new
fantasy,
pick'ems. I
John
like that
Garrett's in
too.
Group A. He was picked by 0.8%. Bill Lowen in Group E with 1%.
More people were picking Seth Feider. I can just about guarantee you that. As we get down to Seth now, sitting in 14th place.
Through the day, too. Definitely my slowest start. Oh, day one wasn't real hot and heavy. I missed some fish, had some bites, but I probably only had a couple in the live well at this point. Day two is the only day I got off to a real good start.
Looks like he's throwing a small swim jig. Finesse.
He's the third angler I've seen that's throwing the correct reel. That means, you know, left hand
reel?
Yeah. I'm the opposite. I have to change hands because of that. And he's the third one I've seen of these guys that uses what we used to call the correct reel. George Cochran was the one I knew that did it.
Caleb Kufal hanging in there in 5th place. Limit nothing big yet, though.
Another angler that said he's only been getting about 6 or 7 bites a day.
Yeah.
Dang it! That's not what you want.
That was a big one.
Lee.
I didn't even feel him bite. I mean, he just like literally choked, you know?
That's a nice one,
Yeah,
too.
he pushed a little water, didn't he?
Sure did.
What he's throwing in this one place would be tough for his trailer hook too.
Every blade thump, you know, you gotta pay attention to it.
I think you mentioned this the first day, Rick. We've seen, you mentioned about the vibrating jigs, the chatterbaits. We've not seen as many as we expected to, and we've seen more spinnerbaits than we expected. Very similar in vibration, and that vibrating jig has become more popular than the spinnerbait in recent years, but we have seen anglers doing better with the spinnerbait this week than a vibrating jig.
And guys that know how to fish vibrating jig can work pads, but if you don't, you're going to be, it's like wood. You're going to stay hung up. But because there's a speed difference, you're going to have to work that vibrating jig a little faster every time you come to a pad if you don't want to stay hung up. But where he's throwing it, you'd be hung up a lot more than that spinnerbait. And he's working it high. I can see the spinnerbait pretty much all the way back to him.
Mm-hmm. Stretch he's fishing, I'm pretty sure he's not the only one fishing it this week. We've seen several anglers right on that same stretch of pads. It's not really what you want in a 4-day event. A lot of pressure.
Get out to Evan Kung here.
Feels pretty good to be here, fishing on day 3 of my first tournament. It's been a tough day so far, but I'm just happy to be here. Wasn't stressing too much going into the day, just want to come out here, have fun. Tried to save a little secret area. Apparently the fish don't even know about it. There's no fish back in here. But we're gonna make our way back out to where we've been fishing. Hopefully grind it out. Hopefully catch 1 or 2 big ones. And just have a fun day. It's always fun flipping the big rod around, big weight, yanking the fish out. But it's been slow today. We'll see what happens the rest of the day.
Good. That's some good material right there. We'll expect more from this young man. He was probably expecting more weight to come into the boat, but he was able to, not too far into the day, get his limit.
Good game plan. He's in the same creek that Bill Lowen has caught 20 pounds on day 1 and 24 pounds yesterday. He's just fishing a little farther back in the creek, fishing a wacky rig Cinco in the open water, and then you see the mat just in front of his boat there. He's been punching soft plastic baits in those mats. Just hasn't been able to catch the quality of fish in the back, the head of that creek like Bill Owen has out towards the mouth of the river. You know, in Florida, you've got to catch bigger ones than this. It's nice to get bites.
Evan had a great start to his Tackle Warehouse EQ campaign last year down in Florida at Lake Okeechobee. A good finish there, and followed up with a great finish at Lake Ouachita in Arkansas. You couldn't imagine two different fisheries, more different fisheries, but he had to put on the gas at the end to make it in. He was the last man, the 9th man, to make it into the Bassmaster Elite Series from the Opens last year, the St. Croix Bassmaster Open. Bill Lowen got a 1 ounce lead. Now it's gone from 10 pounds to 1 ounce. Things are tightening up. Tomorrow on Fox, the NASCAR Cup Series heads to Atlanta, where the best drivers in the world take on the high banks in an all-out battle for the checkered flag. Pre-race coverage begins at 2 p.m. Eastern, with the green flag at 3, only on Fox. Well, that'll be fun. It always is. Always a tough race right there in Atlanta. We got a great tournament going right here. A real barn burner right at the top of our leaderboard with 1 ounce separating first and second place. Unofficially, Bill Lowen took the big lead into today after a great first 2 days of fishing. But John Garrett, second-year man on the Bassmaster Elite Series, who won last year here in Florida up on the Harris chain, has really knocked out the big ones during the course of the first 4 hours of fishing as we get ready to head into the 5th hour. Now, we can imagine what he's got in store for us coming up. Well, let's take a look right now at our Yamaha midday report, and we'll start with our day 1 leader, currently in 4th place, Jay Shakurit.
Yeah, you look at Jay Shakurit, the day 1 leader with 24 pounds, 15 ounces. Caught 2 real big ones in the Salt Springs area on beds. Finished out his limit with some smaller fish on beds to have that day 1, 24 pounds, 15 ounces. Day 2, much, much slower for him. It was 3 hours into day 2 before he put his first keeper in the boat. Still was able to stay in the top 10. Today he has had a better start than yesterday, but not as good as day 1. He needs a couple of those big ones like he caught on day 1. Currently in 4th place unofficially with 45 pounds, 8 ounces. Mixing it up a lot. He's catching some fish off the bed, some with a jerk bait in some of these canals, some drop shotting these fish on the bed. He's mixed it up quite a bit, staying in contention, but he's got to catch bigger ones than that to be able to catch up with Bill Owen and John Garrett.
Yeah, first day was like very easy for him, and he has been scrambling. I mean, trying a lot of different things. Hats off to him. He's adapting as fast as he can.
He does. I think that's why we see him so much. We talk about him every single tournament, it seems like, because he is a very versatile angler.
Oh my gosh.
Very comfortable with the power fishing, and then also the drop shot and jerk bait, those sort of things.
Shane LaHue, very consistent, has made his way into the top 10 to start this day number 3 semifinal Saturday. And we got to spend a lot of time with him today because he's been steady catching them.
He has Shane LaHue currently in 3rd place, 49 pounds, 11 ounces, doing something very different than the other anglers we've had cameras with. He's using his forward-facing sonar in these canals, looking for fry garters that are off the surface of the water. Some of them as deep as 7 feet, he said, which is very unusual. Something that really has not been capable anglers to do this before we had the technology that we have now. He can actually see the bass fry underwater with his forward facing and can see if that fry still has a male guarding it with his forward facing. And then you mentioned, Rick, the big thing is being able to see how that fish reacts, knowing to let that bait sit still for as much as 10 seconds at times. So what Shane LaHue is doing is something that we have not seen in the past here on the St. Johns River, but I'm sure it'll be a pattern, a technique that we see in the future.
14, almost 15 pounds, 14 and a half pounds for Shane LaHue sitting there, as we say, in third place. And Bill Lowen started the day with a big lead, at one point 10 pounds ahead of his nearest competitor. Quick start for him, quick limit in the boat, as he's had, I think, pretty much every day.
Yeah, he's been able to put a quick limit in his boat, and then those bigger ones yesterday. That magical hour that he had yesterday, catching the 4 and 5.5 pounders, put him up at 24.5 pounds. But unlike Shane LaHue, Bill Lowen is about as old school as you can get with his pattern, his technique, his baits. Black blue jig. Rick, you might not even remember the first black blue jig fish caught on the St. Johns River. It's been a lot of years, hasn't it?
Oh, definitely. Of course, I attribute that to Denny Breyer, not just to St. John, but anywhere you went. Him and Tommy Biffle were always having an argument of what was the best. Denny, black and blue, Biffle, black and chartreuse.
Yep, black and yellow, black and chartreuse. I remember that. They certainly did like that. But it'd be interesting. Bill Lowen can catch those couple good ones that he's been able to catch the first 2 days. It's about that time that he was really doing well yesterday, about this time.
11 o'clock, he says, the target time, the time when he expects things to turn on. We're just about there.
Brock Mosley's in a rough service area. He just caught a 6.8. He's up to 5th place. That was his 3rd fish. And John Cox has 5 for only about 8.5. He's up to 6, and he's in a bad area as well.
Hopefully we can get the cameramen to feed those shots to us when they can find some signal, and we'll get to maybe see both of those. That would be our ideal situation for him.
Speaking of John Cox, he knows this area, the bass fishing in this area of Florida as good as anyone. And I talked to him last night, and he said that he was seeing some things yesterday afternoon that he really thinks today and tomorrow will be the days where you'd see our biggest fish. And he's right. I mean, we've seen Bernie has caught the biggest fish this week already, and John Garrett has a live well full of them.
Yeah.
But to hear John Cox say that last night, I got excited because he knows how to recognize the little things that gives him the clues that the bigger fish are going to be more catchable in the next 2 days.
I wish we could see what's going on. The nature of John Cox, though, is he's to be found in places where people generally don't know you can get a boat into.
No, he's my hero.
Yeah.
I mean, because he sticks with what he's always done and just gets better at it. And he's got the best eyes of any human being I've ever seen.
Yeah. Wow.
Sure. Yeah.
So Jay hasn't talked about it, but it looks like he's doing pretty much the same thing that Shane LaHue there on your left is doing.
The only other thing it may react to.
What pound test line do you think they're jerking with?
You know, I didn't think to ask him that.
Jerk bait, no. It does to the drop shot, which is weird. It'll like go to the bottom and like look at it. Be like, what the heck is that?
I would guess 12, but I'll definitely ask him that. That's a good question. Looks like Jay Garrett has gone from a drop shot to a big glide bait. It must be.
He's looking at a fish.
Looking at one, yeah. I think he's using his electronics, but I think he is looking at one on the bed.
We moved a little bit for that. A little different there.
Neither one of those guys have a ton of rods on the deck, not compared to them.
No kidding. You're right. That's a shockingly, in this day and age, small amount of rods on the deck.
Yeah, it's funny the way our sport has what it's become. You can only legally use one at a time, but it's, wow, they've only got 10 on their front deck.
Yeah, it's like, what are you, an octopus?
Yeah, and another 10 in the rod boxes.
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. But some of the anglers we saw earlier in the week have 20 on their front deck.
Yeah.
Every bit of it.
All right, one more cast. I thought that one was gonna eat it.
I know the California boys would sometimes throw a big swim bait or a big glide bait and just run it into the fish. Which is dangerous because you can foul hook it. And then once they got it kind of mad, then they go back with the drop shot or something, and it worked very well.
Seth Feider needs some numbers to show up. Listed as 1 fish for 3 pounds.
And very surprising because he's not one of the anglers that said I'm only getting 6 or 7 bites a day. He's been catching 10 or 12.
There's a fry ball there. First bit of fry I've seen up in the water column.
Take a note of that. If Seth just said it's the first time I've seen fry up in the water column.
Wow.
Which is exactly why Shane LaHue has had so much success doing what he's doing, because they're down in the water column.
Alabama's David Gaston just caught a nice one, a 5.7. He put on Bass Track. He slipped in 49th, and he's up to 20th right now. Well, valuable points there with 4 fish for 13 1/4.
Yeah. Points count is underway. There's a. All right, we hope Brock Mosley would find some better service and we could get a feed of that big fish he caught. So let's.
Yeah, he's way up north.
Let's see what we got here. This is moments ago.
It's a big one. It's a big one.
Look at it back in the cutting.
It's a freaking giant big. I got it. Woo! What'd I just say, man? What'd I just say? I said, I've caught a 6-pounder right here before. That's why I came up here. Woo! I didn't get it out of my mouth. Look at that fish, boy. A lot. Look at that mouth.
More
Get
than
in there.
6.
Went in a 6'8". To me, it looks bigger than that.
Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. We appreciate that, Brock.
Man, I love it. What did I just say? I've caught a 6-pounder out of that one before. That could be the same fish. It's just grown a little bit.
From a long ways to come back.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, it was... Whew, I'm shaking now, boy.
Yeah, he's up in that barnacle territory where you start to see barnacles on.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
We thought we'd see more of this punching mats, catching big fish, especially when we had the camera with Greg Hackney the first day. But
Yes,
that's really
right.
the first big one we've seen caught like that.
That's right. That's true. That's what Joey Cifuentes is trying to ignite where he is. And we see more of it this afternoon. It seems like the clouds aren't fully away. They're thinner now. So maybe we're headed for a sunshiny afternoon, second half of the day of fishing. Bill Lowen still on top, but just barely. Pretty much a tie between him and John Garrett as we'll get ready to come back and get close to the afternoon.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
The power of having a big bass in your bag at the end of the day is crazy. And that's what lives out here, you know, that's what lives in Florida. You don't really catch those, you know, you don't see guys coming in with a bag of all 4-pounders. You know, guys will come in with 1 8, you know, maybe a 5 and a 6 or something like that. That's just how Florida works, and hopefully we connect on 1 or 2 of those big ones the next couple days.
Jay Shakeup right on the money. Big Bass drive the narrative every time we come pretty much here to the St. Johns River, biggest river in the state of Florida. And now we find Jay in a little bit different. Well, yes, he's close to a canal. Looked for a second like he'd changed counties there for a moment. But no, he's sticking with the plan. Catch what he can catch, doing the things he likes to do.
I don't know why. It's like, come on.
You're not even jerking that jerkbait, he's just reeling it. Which will work extremely well at times. But very few people do it. And he didn't really like he was focused in the intention of catching. He's just looking, trying to find one or get an angle on that dock.
Yeah, that looks like what he's doing here. But hey, at least he had it in the water. A lot of guys would have just held it up out of the water when they circled around to get the angle.
Jay, again, a former Rookie of the Year, his first year out here. And he has been high up in the Progressive Angler of the Year standings each and every year since that. He certainly went straight to the top tier of anglers when he arrived here in the Bassmaster Elite Series 3 years ago. Get over to Shane LaHue.
Does him and Jay room together, maybe?
I don't think they do, but they both got the memo, didn't they?
You know, Shane earlier said, you know, we shared this with my roommate.
Brandon Cobb and Shane have roomed together for the years, but I don't know if Jay might room with them or close by, but I think he was referring to Brandon Cobb.
Got one?
Okay, definitely don't quit, but gosh, she's way bigger than I thought. I had my hand on her. It sounds like every one gets the front hook in the mouth, and the middle hook, and then the middle one under the chin. The front one's in the left or right corner of their mouth about every time.
They're long fish, but boy, they're chunky in
They
here.
really
I
are.
think these fry garters are dipping into the inventory
Yeah, and
a
it's
little bit.
unusual to see chunky looking fry garters like that.
Yeah.
Good for him, though.
Yeah. Like the Evan Kung. Nothing but small ones for him so far today.
Three-pounder put Lee Hugh at 15 pounds, 3 ounces, 4.7 back of Bill Lowen.
I think he's headed to the secret spot right now.
Oh, I guess
Jump
so.
the log to the secret spot.
Let's hope the fish got in on the secret this time.
Once I lift this up.
This is what you do when you get a lot of spectators and camera boats around you.
Oh yeah. Easy. I planned it out for you.
Yeah, in Louisiana in the old days, they'd put a fence across it and padlock the fence, and they had the key to the fence. And they'd go through, and then they'd lock it behind them. So
Hey, David Gassner had that 5.7. He finished his limit with a 4.1. He's in 7th place with 17.5 today.
How about that?
Up from 49th.
That's strong. Hugh and Secure It, not that far from each other. Basically the same game plan. Hugh in 3rd, Secure It in 4th.
Oh.
Seriously?
Is there something the matter with your line? What?
I got caught on the dock. You gotta be kidding me. How does it just come off right there then? It wasn't a huge one, but.
Yeah, I mean, trying to help people understand kind of.
Yeah.
It looked like, I mean, you set the hook, but something, your line was somewhere.
Yeah, I was trying to parallel the dock as close as I could, and when the fish bit, it took me into the dock, and then my line got caught around one of the pilings, like up high. So I was like trying to like make sure that it didn't break me off. So I didn't really get a good hook set at all. And then I just went for like a little boat flip there, and he just popped off. It wasn't a big fish. It was probably like a 2 1/4 pounder, but would have helped a lot right now.
it looks like he's upgraded his hooks on that bait.
I mean, you could definitely tell the hooks weren't in You know, I mean,
No, yeah.
You definitely. That's what it was. It was the hooks that I noticed.
Yeah.
So that's about as emotional as you're going to see Jay get. He said, "Are you kidding me?" when he lost that fish. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, this blind rage. That's his version of a blind rage.
It really is.
Still fish coming. Okay, chill out. Chill out, Mitchie. It's not over.
Seth Fighter
dude.
with
Just need 3
only
more.
a second fish, but it's a nice one.
Dude.
Yeah.
Gets him back in the top 10. It's 7th.
Dart probably ruined that, but I wasn't expecting to get a bite there.
Whatever it takes to get a bite.
Yeah. On a worm. On a boat dock. Main River boat dock. Never had good luck doing that, but maybe we need to fish a few of these. Yeah.
That's Fighter looking for things to become a little bit more favorable. That's a favorable sign right there for sure. A good solid fish in the live well, but Bill Lowen and John Garrett still locked. Fierce battle at the top of the leaderboard. Shane LaHue and Jay Shakurit fishing close to one another, doing basically the same thing. Caleb Kufal, we'll have to check back in with him, and Joey Cifuentes when we come back. That and more when we return.
Get live from Brookville, Indiana, Bill Lowen.
You know, I think bass fishing is one of the most exciting sports that there is because it doesn't matter what your age level is. I mean, if you're a young kid, 10, 12, you know, like my son is, it's just absolutely ate up with it, all the way to a guy like Rick Clunn that's 75 or 78 years old. I don't know how old Rick Clunn is, but this is truly a sport where it doesn't matter your age. You can make a career of this, and I mean, how awesome it is. You can see right here, we're in the campground. My wife and my kids travel with me. My kids are homeschooled. What other career could you have where you can travel the country and spend quality time with your kids in the outdoors? And to me, that's what it's all about.
Bill Lowen, your leader by an ounce, according to Bass Track, as it stands right now. We continue our coverage of this Bassmaster Elite event at the St. Johns River. Let's take a look at the Progressive Elite Series Angler of the Year race. And of course, early on, it's going to be your leader, Bill Lowen, the leader after 2 days. Jay Shakurit in second place, Seth Fighter in third place, Shane LaHue, Evan Kung, Caleb Kufal, John Cox, Joey Cifuentes, Brock Mosley, and Brandon Card. That was the top 10 lineup when we started the action today. So that's until it changes after the weigh-in today. That's your leaders. Those are your points totals at the top of the Progressive Angler of the Year leaderboard. Back out to Bill Lowen.
Starting to get lower than it has been all day, so not freaking out yet, but I got demons in the back of my head telling me, oh, you got a couple more areas that you've saved that you ain't been to yet, but I ain't gonna bail on this yet. I've just had too many big bites in here. So we're just gonna keep grinding. Right now, like I said, the tide is just now starting to get where we need it, so definitely gonna give it a little longer. Still plenty of time, plenty of time. It's mudded up big time. I don't know if it's from guys running or what.
Jake Whitaker just bumped into the top 10 and 10th. It's a 14-pound day. He's had some success here at St. John's before.
You always see Jake in those canals. Turn up a big one or two. Wacky rig, yeah.
Good news for Bill. He said that water was running out now more than it had been all day. I think that's been a key to his success. Even though you got a steeper bank, those fish have so many places to be as long as that water's high. It just, drop 6 inches, it'll definitely pull some of those fish out.
To note Bernie Schultz, who has our Phoenix Boats Big Bass of the day at 9.5. He was up to 5th place. He's fallen down to 14th places. Other people have caught their limits. He's still on 1 fish.
Well, we've been waiting for this moment, trying to find John Cox. He's predictably in a place that's off the beaten path. And we've got a picture of him now. I don't know how long it'll last, but we'll see if we can see what's going on here.
I got 2 here. They're not huge, but you know, decent male, maybe like a 3-pound male and a 4-pound female. I mean, when I went by, I was like, oh man, these will be quick, but I got the male on now. I probably should have yanked him, but the male's actually a pretty nice size too, but the female, earlier this morning we stopped on 2 and I thought they were good to go, so I pulled the male, and because she seemed like she was ready to go too, and gosh man, that was a mistake. We couldn't get that one to bite again. So they've been a little weird for us this morning. And it's like that in between, like I can just feel it, how it's like, you know, it's so close to being able to just get, you know, a big stringer off beds. But I really need to, I should have been fishing a little more this morning, but that's all right. We'll get things going here, and it can happen quick, that's for sure.
If you wondering if you heard him correctly, he had the 3-pound male had his bait in his mouth, and he chose not to set the hook. Not many people would do that.
Yeah.
When you don't have a limit.
That's right. Well, everything's a little different with John Cox, so that's the reason he's so popular. Let's get back to Brock one more time here. Right.
That's the music that we love. Oh, I know what yes. He's got my vote for Power Pole Replay of the Day. We love to see this in Florida. We haven't seen it yet on Bass Live. But here we go, Brock Mosley punching. Big heavy braid, heavy hook.
Man? What did I just say? I said I've caught a 6-pounder right here before.
What'd I just say? Your Power Pole Replay today, Brock Mosley. I'm gonna say that's a 7-pound St. Johns River biggin. Brock Mosley, Power Pole Replay of the Day. We love to see him catch those big ones under those mats. And that's Florida fishing, pre-spawn fishing 101 for sure.
And there's a good example of why you said you jerk hard.
Yes.
To get it fish to the top so you at least get your hands on him.
That was thick in there. Get back to Bill Lowen real quick here. According to Bill's timetable, we should be getting into the productive part of the day, tide-wise.
It looks like a better one. That was right at the boat.
Sure was.
There you go, Bill.
That'll help. That'll definitely help. That will help. Might be my first 3-pounder of the day. He hit it right at my feet.
Yeah, I saw it.
But time's getting right. Time is getting right. He's almost a 3, but he ain't. He's a 391. Or a 291, I'm sorry.
That's a fish he likely would not have caught if he was flipping.
You read my mind. That's exactly right. Because you're not going to reel it all the way back to the boat. Right. You're going to pick it out of the water and throw it back. And me and you both, you know how many fish, we don't catch many fish at the boat anymore, and I attribute it to electronics and troll motors and stuff. But used to, boy, you have a lot of them just nail you right at the boat.
Right at the boat.
Yeah.
Brant's bird's eye view of Seth Feider. Making ready to make a move, it looks like. Yeah, I think he's going to try another spot there. He's got a couple of decent ones now, I think, in the box. And
yeah, much slower start for him. Although the two he's got they're solid fish, but
I think so.
Only two.
That's like getting rolled.
Pair of 3-pounders.
Wolves, man.
Turn around.
Just some straight gangsters. Yeah, we couldn't even go nowhere. They just backed into a corner. Hi, Wes.
Hi, Steph. Another set.
Yeah, 2 of them.
What are you thinking?
Just caught it. I've been struggling all morning. Just caught a 3-pounder off a Main River boat dock. I've been looking for a sign. We're going to run this for a little bit. I've never had much luck on the boat docks here, but it's been a long time since I had a bite, and I got one. It was a pre-spawner too, so I think the bites I do get off the docks will be big, or at least fat ones. So we're going to run some more docks, probably give that an honest shake anyways, and see if we can make something out of it. I just don't know. I've been looking for a sign all morning, something tell me what to do, and that was the first bite I've had in a long time, so fish some boat docks. FBD, baby. FBD.
Yeah, he's supporting you're an actor in the play waiting for your cue.
Yeah,
he's looking for a sign. When I get involved in the play, give me something that tells me I can get involved.
I saw a sign where it caught that last fish. It said non-ethanol.
Yeah, that's right.
Wherever you want to go with that.
Hey, I want to thank our colleague Wes Miller for these incredible drone shots. That Hollywood quality one we saw right there, that move he made with Seth was tremendous. Bill Lowen, John Garrett nodded at the top there. LeHue Shakurit, Caleb Kufal, Joey Cifuentes, Justin Atkins, been living in the top 10 for a while now. Gerald Swindle, and the rest, all when we come back. Got some more fishing to show you from the FXR ProFish Bassmaster Elite. This is semifinal Saturday on the St. Johns River. We got 50 anglers who have qualified for today. Only 10 of them will pass through. Now, I don't know if that team's in the mix yet, but they got quite a setup. I will say that.
Quite a setup for sure.
We got 2 extracurricular vehicles out there on the water today. It's a Saturday. The weather's improving, and why not? Let's get out
the
there.
gas tanks on there. They're going to see the whole St. Johns River.
Yeah, they're going to have the whole jungle tour down here. That is fantastic. Shane LeHue and Jay Shakurit, we've been watching them closely today. Had good pictures of them in these little fishing communities and these dug and some natural canals, I guess, some of them.
I don't think he likes me now.
This is the same fish Jay lost 20 minutes ago.
He just said, I don't think he likes me now.
I'm just gonna check that one on the way out, and then, yeah.
Remember how Wes Logan started the day 36th place? Well, he's got a 6.6 and he just caught a 5.10 to get up just under 18 pounds and move into 4th place.
Wow.
Still 10-10 back of Bill Lowen's lead.
He's had a 5+ pounder all 3 days, hasn't he, Wes Logan?
He's had a big one, yeah.
I've heard his name like every day on those big fish alerts.
His problem was he had 19-12 on day one, but yesterday he only had 3 fish for 8-3.
Oh, okay.
Wow, that'll hurt.
Yeah.
Looks like Jay just spotted one. He stopped the boat and backed it up a little bit. I think he's putting his poles down now.
Let's get back over to the area that contains our leader, Bill Lowen, and Evan Kung. Back to Kung right now. Rookie from Ontario.
Still sun in there.
See his smallest fish. He's got 4 of a kind there, 4 1-pounders.
It's in the same
Plenty of
creek
room.
with Bill, but those bigger fish just aren't
Tiny guy, but
in the back of that creek like they are out towards the mouth.
Bill even said yesterday it got colder the further back you went. The creek did.
Colder?
Yeah, the water temperature.
Maybe clearer, too.
Clearer, he said clearer and colder. It was 2 degrees colder. I sometimes think as fishermen, 1 degree, 2 degree, we overreact.
Yeah, I agree. Totally agree.
But it's just the mental part of the game. Yeah, I'm real guilty of trying to over-engineer my pattern. In other words, by doing that, okay, this little stretch, this temperature range, this, you want everything that exact, and that's too much. This fish.
The tide's just getting, it's just getting right, so. I hear somebody coming. You can tell it's a damn Saturday.
That's when you want the bad weather.
That's so gonna just keep mudding everything up.
Well, our top 10 has been a carousel.
Yes,
Justin Atkins just moved into 6th place with 13.25 pounds.
We're well on our way to repopulating our top 10 here today. I mean, we have lost a lot of them.
We did that yesterday.
Yeah,
sure
with the
did.
exception of
Just a
absolutely,
few.
yeah.
It has been a carousel.
Bill Lowen, the only constant over the last couple of days.
Bill's losing this nice guy energy.
A lot of pressure.
Yeah.
A lot of pressure.
I want to ask you what you think the top 10 cut's going to be. Brandon Card started today 33.9, so about 16.75 pound a day. Think it'd be 48, 49 pounds at least?
I think so. I thought the 50 cut weight would go down a little and actually went up. So they never cease to perform, amaze when you think conditions are tough. They keep on catching them.
43.4 is the number right now. So yeah, that 48 sounds plausible.
no matter how often we say it's going to go up or down, somebody, and what I always told myself, somebody is always going to catch them. I don't care how bad you say the day is. So you got to figure out what that method is.
Like yesterday.
Yeah.
It was a slower day.
And there's more guys now that can do that.
Yesterday was a slower day. It was like 93 limits on day one, 81 yesterday. The fish size was about the same, 2 pound, 10 ounce average. Big bass was about the exact same.
Yeah, that's why as a tournament angler, if you fished a few, you know they're always biting. I mean, they really are.
Right.
A recreational angler say, well, they're just not biting today. But as a tournament angler, they are always biting. You go to weigh in, there will be fish.
You get confronted with that, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
The guy next to you.
Yeah.
You hear that here a lot. I just missed having the big bite.
Yeah,
Getting the big bite.
Yeah, they bit yesterday or whatever, but they're always biting.
And then a guy like Bill Lowen, John Garrett's going to say, I did everything right today.
Well, Rick mentioned about the roommate, Shane LaHue's roommate, Brandon Cobb. They share information. They were doing the same thing. Brandon lost 3 or 4 key fish a day. On a jerkbait, that happens. And for Shane, it didn't.
Yeah.
That's oftentimes the difference in just being able to execute and put them in the boat.
The new from B.A.S.S. I want to let you know about. Not new, it's been around for a year or more now, is the Bassmaster program. It's sort of a new initiative, a goal of creating a system, a space for female anglers and those interested in becoming female anglers to learn more about bass fishing, the fishing skills, the tackle, the getting your way around a bass boat, where to find fish, all those sorts of things, even info about the industry. There's going to be 4 seminars this year, actually 5. Where we convene for this sort of a workshop. The next one coming up at the Classic, Fort Worth, Texas, March 22nd. Also one in Hartwell later in the season in April. In May, it'll be at the Sabine River in Orange, Texas. ICAST in Orlando on July 17th. And the Elite at the Mississippi River to wrap up the season August 23rd.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
You know, I think Fox Sports as a whole is truly amazing for the sport, and it seems like every year Bassmasters gets better and better and better, and Fox Sports just shows how truly we're moving the needle and moving this sport forward.
Bill Lowen, your leader, 20-year man. This is the 20th year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. And always having new and exciting things come along, just like what Bill's talking about there, the FS1 connection. Gets more people interested, teaches more people how to fish and to appreciate the competition at the highest level out here. That's what a lot of people tune in for, to see how the best in the business do it. They've been getting it done out there today, but boy, it has been volatile on top of the leaderboard there. Those John Garrett now has moved up into 2nd place, just an ounce behind Bill Lowen. LaHue and Shakura staying in there. Kufal and Cifuentes, but Justin Atkins, Gerald Swindler, Bernie Schultz, Robert G. all new to the top 10 as things continue to change. As we get into our afternoon session, getting pretty well into it right now. Weigh-in coming up later today at 3 p.m. Eastern Time, and that's when the 10 anglers will be identified who will be fishing tomorrow for the championship. Championship Sunday. We'll have that coverage for you right here. All eyes are on Bill Lowen to start the day. He really, in a place where it's hard to do, he separated himself from the crowd by as much as 10 pounds.
Yeah, boy.
Right after the start of the day. A lot of momentum carrying into this day 3.
Absolutely, a lot of momentum. 45 pounds, 9 ounces. He had a little over 8 pounds between him and 2nd place, and then he just immediately started putting fish in the boat. Like you said, it went to 10, 11, 12 pounds this morning. very similar to yesterday morning, but actually these fish were a little bigger than the ones yesterday morning. They were more of the 2.25 pound class. But what he is missing is that magical window that happened yesterday. About now, the last hour or so, he caught the fish that he actually ended up weighing in. He culled out those 1 pounders. He ended up with 24, almost 25 pounds for his total weight yesterday. He's shy of that, but hey, he had that good solid lead that maybe he might have to lean on a little bit today, but it's going to be very, very interesting. People like John Garrett making the move that he has made today, but Bill Lowen's far from done.
Oh,
He's still going to catch
absolutely. He's very much a part of the narrative here. The main man, as a matter of fact.
Now that his time window, usually if it's based on the tide, it's usually 45 minutes later anyway. So he's really getting into the middle of it.
Stay on, baby, stay on. I need you.
Is that breathing you were talking about, Rick?
Biggest fish he's had on today by far.
Stay out of the sticks
That makes
today.
a difference right there.
No. Right here. Gotcha. Yes! One big bite changes the day right there. Whew.
Yep.
Look at that. She barely got it. But we got her. It's a good one. Yeah, I know.
Having that tide.
Tide's getting right. I wish he wasn't in here running around. I know that.
Oh, yeah.
Sounded like it came from further back.
Did it? Okay.
Jet ski.
Oh, could be.
This fish got to be 5 pounds. Oh, yeah. 5.5. Yeah, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Which one needs to go?
I can say please call.
Dude, she dump trucked it. I mean, just woof.
I saw her attack it. Straight go through the water.
Oop. Number 4.
5.5.
Yes, sir. Easy, don't get me off. Come on. Okay, I got 1.
Oh, Bill has been waiting for this moment for things to turn all day long. Yeah, a moment is right. This is our Hummingbird mega moment, Davey.
Absolutely. What a call for Bill Lowen. Yesterday he had a couple of these, but this is the first mega moment of the day for Bill Lowen, and it couldn't have come at a better time. You could see he was losing a little bit of his confidence, even though he kept telling himself and telling us, man, the tide needs to get a little lower. Hopefully the first of several more mega moments for Bill Lowen today, catching that 5.5 pounder.
That was a good one. Instantly the smile comes back out.
Well, you know, I've been talking about it all morning, waiting on that tide to get right. And what I mean by that's the water falls out. And when them big fish start to bite, I can actually see the bottom up there. And I haven't been able to see it all morning, but it's just now starting to turn and go out, and it's starting to get to that right level. And as you've seen, I just caught my biggest fish of the day, a 5.5 pounder. And hopefully I can catch some more of them. I just lost one around the corner that was probably close to 4. So they're starting to bite. I just got to slow down, stay mentally focused, and get them big bites and put them in the boat. I know it's easier said than done, especially when you get all jacked up and excited, and kind of like I am right now. Yeah.
4-pound cull gets him over 60 pounds. 5-pound lead again.
All right. Bill Lowen back on top of the world there. He got a more healthy lead back again. Things are changing, and they will continue to change throughout this day. Tell you what, it's been exciting. A good one. A lot of movement up and down. We got to see John Cox for about 3.5 minutes. So we've touched on most of our priorities today. Seth Feider looking to put some more big ones in the boat. He needs to do that. Caleb Kufall. We're going to go till 3 o'clock Eastern time. All of our 50 anglers out there today, and about that time is when they're going to crank up the weigh-in. First flight checks in, and we will get it underway to identify the top 10 who will be around to fish for the championship Sunday. What an incredible place.
Looks like we've got 3, maybe 4 of our top 10 north of Palatka. That's very unusual.
That is, I don't think I've ever seen that percentage of the field north of Palatka, downriver from our headquarters, Bay City there in Palatka, Florida. Great having you with. Hey, mega kudos to the great Rick Clunn for being here with us today. That is such a treat, and learning so much. And always, as I suspected, you're a lifelong learner. You ask as many questions as you give us information, and which causes more discussion. We love that.
This is invaluable information for everybody.
Absolutely, we sure think it is. Hope everybody's learned something about catching some more this time around, and I know everyone has enjoyed the intense competition we have had today. We're going to do it again tomorrow right here on FS1, 8 a.m. Eastern time. Our coverage today will continue on Bassmaster.com. So the first stop of the year, fireworks as expected.
It's be a shootout tomorrow. Bill Owen's got a solid lead again. We still got a couple more hours of fishing today, and then tomorrow, Championship Sunday, will be very exciting. I guarantee it.
And as each hour has rolled by today, we've seen more and more giants pop up on the leaderboard. More people catching giant fish. We thank you so much. Tomorrow is Championship Sunday. We cannot wait to bring that to you. The coverage continues on Bassmaster.com after we leave here. And remember, you'll find after that the weigh-in at 3 p.m. Eastern time. We will see you tomorrow at the St. John's.
Welcome in, Bassmaster Halftime Show presented by Bass Cat Boats, and we are on the shores of the St. Johns River, and Florida is finally showing out, Kyle Jesse. We have had kind of a sleepy Florida tournament, but this may turn into the exact opposite of traditional Florida tournaments, where you see fireworks the first 2 days of competition, and then Saturday and Sunday it kind of slows down and it's kind of stick handling to the title. We have seen unofficially our biggest bag of the tournament caught here today, so it might be the exact opposite, where we've slowly started and that kettle is boiling and it's time to drink.
Just as soon as you thought Bill Lowen was going to just 20 to 24 pound us to death all the way to the finish line, obviously John Garrett making a giant move here, and it's not just John Garrett. I mean, you look at Bass Track, Wes Logan, Seth Feider, Justin Atkins, a lot of the guys, Bernie Schultz with a 9-pounder this morning. There are big things happening on Bass Track, and weather's warming up. I wouldn't expect it to be much different this afternoon. I think we're going to see some fireworks.
Let's see some fireworks right now, and let's have a look at some of that action from the water. And let's kick it off with a former Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year, who is now a 2-time Bassmaster winner, once in the Elites and once in the Bassmaster Opens. We talk about fireworks, and he pulls a rat in the boat like that. That's the halftime show.
We talk
in a nutshell.
We talk so right. We talk so much about how consistent Jay Shakeup is, and I think what we're watching right here is a perfect example of that. Starts his tournament in Salt Springs, fishing for spawning fish. Obviously has a great day one, leads the tournament. Clearly not doing that now. Has had to adjusted on day 2. We've seen him in canals. We see him offshore here, assuming fishing some shell bars, things of that nature. This is what makes Jay Shakeup great. He is so versatile, is able to adapt, doesn't stick to one thing if it's not going to be the deal, and paying dividends for him here this week.
Comes from a professional fishing lineage. His father, Jason Shakeup, a very accomplished professional walleye angler, and Jay said, "Hey, Dad, I don't need no stinking walleye. I like bass better," and they are working out good for him. Actually kicked off his Elite Series career right here, I believe, 4 years ago in Palatka, Florida. And I remember hanging out with his parents, and they said, we're not sure if he's ready, but he qualified, so he's got to give him a shot. Well, it's official. He was ready, and he has been a major player since. Another angler that's always been ready, a former Bassmaster Junior World Champion and a 6-time Bassmaster Classic qualifier, the baby shark, Shane LaHue.
Such an interesting deal we've seen from Shane LaHue this morning. You know, he told me at takeoff, I got to talk to him right before takeoff started, and he told me he was fishing for fry garters, and then we see him first thing on live this morning, and it appears he's fishing for fry garters, but not in the traditional sense that you may think. You know, fishing seawalls, doing things like that, fishing off the bank, looks to be throwing a jerk bait, mixing in his baits, and certainly catching a lot of bass. Brandon Cobb told us catching a lot of males, but I'll be honest, that last fish that we saw him put in the boat, that's a big male. So watch out for Shane LaHue the rest of the week.
And his pattern is it's not going to get messed up by weather. I mean, you look at all the different weather we've had. He spent the majority of his time in those channels, and it's most likely just going to get better as this week goes on, and maybe that's why we're seeing him starting to catch a few bigger fish. Even Cobb said he's amazed. He said those males are pretty small normally. He's got some big males.
Brandon Cobb told us he heard about this deal in practice and said, you know what, I'm not doing it. This is not up my alley. This is not what I'm interested in doing, and seemed to be a little regretful that he didn't give it more of a chance, but Shane LaHue showing out so far this week.
At the midway point of the tournament, he is the man with the plan, saying, catch me if you can. Dollar Bill Lowen left the dock this morning with almost an 8-pound lead. At times, it seemed like they were chasing him down, but Bill came fighting back, and he's in control of this tournament at this point.
There's no question. I mean, the one word that keeps coming to my mind when you watch Bill Lowen is comfortable. Like, you think of Bill Lowen, and this is what he does. He's able to maximize areas. He fishes hard. He picks apart cover. Does that on the Ohio River, something that he's grew up doing and does as well as anybody on tour. You know, he talked a lot about the tide early on this morning, was able to get a small limit in the boat, 9 pounds, 10 pounds. Since that tides came down, you hear his confidence level go up, caught some key fish like we're seeing here, and even a 5-pounder just a little bit ago. So things are looking up for Bill Lowen.
We had Randy Howell on the live cast just a few minutes ago, and at that time Bill Lowen was dealing with some voices in his head. And Randy Howell said the best way to deal with voices is that right there, one big bite. And that a 5+ pounder, which has put Bill Lowen back in the lead. And John Garrett, believe it or not, with a rumored to be almost 30-pound bag, has got to do a little better if he's going to chase down Dollar Bill.
We're hearing reports from on the water that could be closer to 30, 31. You got to consider the source. Our photographers are great, but, you know, they stretch the truth every once in a while. So, yeah, we'll see. I'm not really sure what we're expecting there, but I have seen some of the pictures that he sent in for the blog on Bassmaster.com, and I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, every single fish looks massive. You know, the 8-pounder on Bass Track is about the only one that doesn't look like the others. All the rest of them are massive, but they're all the same size. Something we talked about yesterday. It's hard to do that. You know, one big bite is typically all you need in Florida to be consistent, but you look at his bag made up of, you know, 5+ pounders and an 8-pounder, look out.
I learned a long time ago the best way to get people to tell the truth is put them on the spot. So which photographer are we getting this information from?
I bet you could guess which photographer it is.
I'm going to go Shane Durant.
Shane Durant.
That's
exactly right.
Talker.
Shane has a lot to say, a lot of interesting things to say, but he got to catch up with him this morning, and he did send some pictures for backup, so for now I'm going to believe him. But if he's wrong, we'll give him a hard time when he gets back for sure.
All right, well, we'll find out. Time for talking is done. The Elite Series is finally back in your life, and the world's a better place when that happens. And with that, we're going to start talking about one of the most coveted titles in professional bass fishing, that is Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. And 104 anglers. I mean, you can go any direction, and this is a great way for us to make 2 of them happy and upset 102 of them. So let's do that right now. I'm going to throw it out. My pick. I'm going to go off range here. I'm going to go a guy coming off a very, very tough season last year, but he is a former Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, and I'm going with the amazing fighter man, Seth Fighter. I'm saying he is your 2025 Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year because of the whooping he took last year and just because of how focused he is going into 2025. We're talking about a guy, I mean, he's a family guy. He's got young kids, loves to be at home, very active in the off season, but he literally scrapped the majority of off season and has been down here in Florida, not just hanging hanging out and avoiding the snow, but figuring out this bite and preparing for this season. I talked to him early January, and I said, when are you going to be home? He said, I'm not going to be home until after the Florida events. And I said, why? And he says, because I have to. And when an angler is in that situation, if you ask me, that is a very dangerous angler. And I'm going to say the amazing fighter man is going to be hoisting his second Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year in 2025.
I like that. Seth Fighter, obviously, it just feels different this year for him. It really does. But I got to say, I'm also going to go with the former Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. Just 2 years ago, give me Kyle Welcher. When I made this pick, I didn't realize that, he's considered an underdog at this point. Started, here at the St. Johns River at, in 70th place, a little bit behind the ball. But we've seen crazier things happen. Brandon Palatka, just a handful of years ago, had a 105th place finish at Lake Okeechobee and still won Angler of the Year. You have a finish that bad, you got to have a number of top 10s. Kyle Welcher, I'm going to give you 2 reasons why Kyle Welcher is going to be the Angler of the Year. One ridiculous and one not so ridiculous.
Okay.
The first one, ridiculous. I'm a Texas Rangers baseball fan. You know this. Bruce Bochy, their manager, has this deal. Every other year, they win the World Series when he's the manager. They won in 23. They're going to win in 25. Kyle Welcher won the Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year in 2023. He's going to win it this year in 2025. The less ridiculous reason I have is you look at the schedule, and it sets up so well for him. We know how calculated Kyle Welcher is. We talked about it on day one. He is so smart on the water. Every decision he makes, he does it with full confidence. This year, you look at the amount of tournaments that you can just fish shallow, put the trolling motor down, go to work. I think that's going to really play out for Kyle Welcher. Tough start here at the St. Johns River, but I got him bouncing back next week and going on a run here.
Was that just a gratuitous opportunity to plug your Texas Rangers?
I'm just manifesting it here. I just want it to happen. And if it takes Kyle Welcher winning Angler of the Year, then so be it. I'm just trying to make things happen here, Dave Mercer.
From day one when he showed up on tour, he really has thought different. I mean, both of those anglers, both of our picks are really free thinkers, individual thinkers. If you ask Seth Fighter, whatever he gives you is not something he heard somewhere. It's truly how he thinks of things. And Kyle Welcher, what amazes me about him, from the first time I talked to him, it's not what he answers, it's how he answers it. When you say to him, are you going to go there? It's almost like a puzzled look where he's like, well, yes, of course I'm going to. Like, it's almost like asking someone, are you going to breathe air? Like, he is that certain in his thought process, takes a lot of his experience from playing poker, and he does his gambling here on the Elite Series.
The best way I could describe it is when you ask me a question every once in a while, I'll look at you like a deer in the headlights. When you ask Kyle Welcher a question, it's like the light switch flips immediately on, and his answer is so calculated, and he does that on the water. You watch him making decisions. You see his YouTube videos. You watch him on Bassmaster Live. That's just how he operates, and that is so crucial for a professional bass fisherman to be confident. Is it always going to work out? Absolutely not. Like I said, we didn't see that play out here at the St. Johns River, but again, you look at the schedule, I think it sets up so perfectly for him, and he's going to make a run. You watch.
So to be clear, picks-wise, so far, I'm totally stomping you, is what you're saying.
I'm getting a pretty bad hand here. I think, you looked at the weights and you said, well, Seth Fighter's having a good tournament. That could certainly be it, but I went off the heart.
We'll be back in just a few minutes, but we got 3 up, 3 down we're going to talk about when we get back, and that is 3 anglers or things that went up and 3 things that went down.
Moving and shaking. We talked about it a lot on the first 2 days. We saw it on day 2. A lot of moves up, a lot of moves down. We're going to talk about it next.
Going to get a little spicy, talk about some rule violations that happened here this week. All of that coming up in the Bassmaster Halftime Show.
I don't know what it is. I think it's a catfish. It just doesn't feel like a bass. Oh, it's a giant. Oh my gosh. Oh, yes.
Hey, Middleton.
Oh. Finally.
Caught live, Jay Shakurik cradles the Christmas ham. What a way to get a segment started here. That is live once again. Jay Shakurik just put that absolute freak panda in the boat. Extra style points for the back deck lay, and he just bear pawed the Christmas ham.
Flawless. I mean, that's what we're talking about. I mean, right on cue. Sitting here talking about big fish. Jay Shakurik doing something different than what we've seen him do all week, and a big one. And that's exactly what you need to make a move, right? Championship Sunday, got to be inside the top 10. In order to be there, you know, if you're outside, you got to make a move. We had some big moves this week, Dave Mercer. We're going to go over a new segment here called 3 Up, 3 Down.
Okay.
We're going to go over the 3 biggest moves, guys that were from outside of the cut, jumped into the top 50, and the 3 biggest drops.
Ouch.
Womp, womp. Not as fun there, of course, but let's get right into it. Number 1, Pat Schlapper. 93rd place after day 1. 19 pounds 1 ounces on day 2. That 1 ounces. Look at me. I'm doing Glenn Cale does that, and that bothers me to death. 19 pounds 1 ounce, jumped him all the way up to 42nd place. What a move. Obviously, we've talked about Brad Watley all week. That's the kind of move you need when you're all the way back down in the leaderboard.
Big mover.
Number 2, Joey Cifuentes. We've got him on camera today, Dave. 56th all the way up to 8th place, 48 places. That is a giant jump. 21 pounds, 15 ounces. That's what's going to do it for you. And moving to number 3.
Wait. Number 2 calls his fish Jesse's. A little offended by that?
There was some controversy this morning. I saw an Instagram post, and I thought he was calling me big, fat, and ugly because that's the fish he was holding up, and not a big fan of that. But I got some clarification this morning. That's not what he was referring to.
Oh.
Or he was lying to me. I'm not exactly sure, but he claims that it has nothing to do with me.
Yeah, Takumi says the same stuff about me on stage. Total lie.
If you figure out something different, please do let me know, and we'll circle back on that. Number 3, Austin Felix, 76th place after day 1, all the way up to 28th place on day 2, 44 spots. That comes with 18 pounds, 14 ounces. And that's exactly what we've talked about all week. I mean, literally all it takes is a few big bites. And we're seeing it right now. Wes Logan, I'm just picking guys out of the top 10 on Bass Track. Jake Whitaker, John Garrett being the biggest story of the day so far. It's not impossible to have that big bag and jump yourself into it. It's also not impossible to go the opposite direction. There is some volatility out there. It's not uncommon to see guys have a great day 1. We see it all the time here at the St. Johns River, and then struggle on day 2. Let's look at the biggest drops. This will be the 3 down segment, starting off with Scott Canterbury, 26th place after day 1. Great day. Day 2, not so much.
Ouch.
2 pounds, 12 ounces, down 55 spots to 81st place. That hurts. That hurts. When you're sitting inside the top 30 on day 1 and you drop that far, that's an AOY killer. I mean, making the classic. A lot of those things, you know, you look back at the end of the year and you're like, man, I really wish I had that day back. But it's a long season, long ways to go.
I noticed you didn't bring that up when we had Scott Canterbury as part of the live cast.
I sure didn't. And
okay,
I also didn't bring it up. I also did not bring it up with number 2 on the list, who was our most recent guest, Bo Browning, 17th place after day 1. We saw how amped up he was on stage. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for him on day 2. Just 2 keepers for 6 pounds, 14 ounces, all the way down to 55th place, down 38 places.
Wow.
That's, again, definitely a progressive AOY killer, but it's just event number 1. And last but not least, 3 down, we're going to go Brandon Lester, 32nd, all the way down to 62nd, down 30 places. 5 bass limit, 8 pounds, 6 ounces yesterday. That's not what you're looking for after a great day 1, and that's 3 up, 3 down, Dave Mercer.
Jay Shakurik putting on a show out on the water, and with that, let's get out on the water with him right now. Hooked up live.
Come on.
Wow, things change in a hurry. We talked about that on the live cast with several of our anglers, talking about how there's bite windows here, and those windows sometimes aren't in the matter of hours, they're in the matter of minutes. We saw Bill Lowen make a big charge in just a few minutes yesterday, and we're seeing Jay Shakeup do this right in front of our very eyes right now.
Obviously, day one leader had a great day. Day two, I think that's going to be something we're going to want to talk about, maybe tomorrow, a little bit today. Yesterday might have saved him, because yesterday things were not going well through the majority of the day. He made a change. We see that now with what he's doing, and certainly paying off big time here for him on semifinal Saturday.
Well, one thing that you come to Florida for, and looks like we're going to see it today, is a big bag of fish, 5 big fish. We have not seen anything over 24 pounds here this week, but it looks like John Garrett unofficially has done that here today. But let's talk about biggest single-day weights when it comes to the St. Johns River. Kyle Jesse, and I know you crunched some numbers and put some stuff together for us on that.
I did. I believe we have a graphic to throw up. Who could forget Chris Lane's massive day? Was it a day one stringer? I don't actually have the
day two.
Day two stringer, 37.9.
Wow,
37.9. We've talked about possibly having a 30-pound bag today. That would be a nice change of pace over the first couple of days. Not that it's been bad by any means, a bunch of 20-pound bags, but moving down the list, 2019. How many times this week have we talked about that 2019 tournament? I mean, that was one of those situations where everything came in right. You had the warm front moving in during the tournament after a cold front in practice. All those big fish moved up, and Mr. Rick Clunn took care of them. Moving down the list, Clifford Perch, same exact year, 34.9. If I remember correctly, was that not a little whopper plopper action?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it was topwater action. There's nothing better than that, 34.9 on a whopper plopper. Moving down, Patrick Walters.
In his rookie event.
You guessed it, 2019 again, the same exact event, 32.15. John Cox, 5th biggest single day weight, 31.7. That was 2016. And then Rick Clunn, 6th with 31.7, 2016. Brad Watley, just last year, we remember making that long run, obviously being way down in the leaderboard, made a massive jump up with a 31-pound, 4-ounce stringer. John Cruz, 2019, 31.1. That was the day, I believe, Dave Mercer, that he had the 11-pounder. Is that correct? Yeah, 11-pounder goes a long ways in a 30-pound bag. Scott Canterbury, 9th with a 30-pound, 4-ounce bag, 2019. And I'm looking down the list. Bob Downey, 2022, 29.3. He's probably going to get bumped off the list if what we're hearing from on the water is true, right?
Good. I would assume. I mean, if Shane Durance knows what he's talking about, we're going to find out whether Bob Downey's right or Shane Durance is right. But rumors are that we'll see another 30-pound bag. And look at that. That'll be all of the top 10 at 30 pounds. And the good news is the action seems to continue to happen. And a lonely guy up atop the leaderboard that we haven't seen in a little bit, Dollar Bill Lowen. Let's get out to him live right now.
You ain't bad luck yet.
Coming.
Oh, he's on a. Oh, I thought he was on a dang old tree again. Coming right here. Oh, hey, sorry about what I just said.
Wow, Dollar Bill, this is like watching a heavyweight fight. As soon as it seems like they're trying to catch him, he comes out swinging, and that's going to be a major difference maker. Dollar Bill continues to add on his lead that at one time today had dwindled to unofficially 1 ounce, and right now it looks like he has a 7-pound 13-ounce lead, similar to what he left the dock with this morning. But we're going to do something completely different here in a few minutes. Got some great guests. We're going to be joined by the Hack Attack Greg Hackney, going to be joined by Jordan Lee. And what are they going to do, Kyle Jesse?
They're going to try to hit Steve Bowman. Well, actually, they're going to try to hit a bell that Steve Bowman is holding in the casting competition. It's going to be a lot of fun, and looking forward to it.
I'm going to talk to them about all sorts of stuff. Let them cast at producer Bowman's face, and we'll be back in just a few minutes. Bassmaster Halftime Show presented by Bass Cat Boats. Bassmaster Halftime Show presented by Bass Cat Boats. I'm Dave Mercer, and I traded in Kyle Jesse for, well, a couple of freaking hammers. Two-time Bassmaster Classic champion Jordan Lee and former Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, the Hack Attack Greg Hackney. You are intimidatingly focused here today, Hackney. Are just not happy to be here, or?
Well, there are some places I would rather be today than here.
Well, where?
But, like out here behind us.
Oh.
But I decided that, you know what, I would just do bad things, and I'd get to stand here with you.
Well, sorry. Why are you here, Jordan?
Pretty much same reasons, just weak performance overall. But that's why we're here. But yeah, we're having fun, as much fun as we can. I can tell Hackney's having a blast.
I'm probably having the most.
Yeah, I can tell. I can tell. It is, you're exuding excitement to be here. I mean, if you get a do-over, in golf they call it a mulligan. If we could give you a mulligan, what would you have done different this time around?
I probably got spread out a little bit. I let that first day of practice and that big wind trashed a bunch of area, and rather than waiting on those areas to settle down, I ran, you know what I mean, and looked for. And if I had it to do over with again, I probably would have spent the last day of practice back in the areas where I spent the first 2 previous days. It just got that 40-mile-an-hour wind we had just trashed a lot of the water. And I feel like there are some guys that are catching them in those areas. They probably went the last day of practice, and by that time I was 100 miles away.
Yeah, you know, it really seems like, just from the little bit I watched this morning, you know, there's always zones in fishing, especially on a river this big. You know, it's so long. I don't know how many miles we can fish, but it is a ton.
Yeah.
And, you know, it definitely seems like there's several guys north of the ramp, you know, and with it being a little colder this week, I don't know if that had anything to do with it, because generally it doesn't seem like that area plays that much. But I've never been up there. I kind of wish I'd just gone exploring instead of, you know, you go off kind of past experiences when you've been to a body of water as much as we have this one. And, you know, I feel like, just like Greg, kind of spread myself a little thin on where I was fishing. And, you know, this was a hard one to crack. It didn't matter where you were, because a lot of these fish that the guys are catching, I think, are post-spawn, you know, especially in those canals, you know, and there's pre-spawn fish. There's little spawning fish. It's all 3 phases right now, and picking which one you wanted to fish, where those bigger bites were, it was a tough one to figure out, like, hey, this is what the females, the big ones, are doing this week.
In this sport, we've learned many times that history can be your nemesis, but this fishery especially. I mean, have we ever been to a fishery that has changed as, like, if I look at, to cover this event 8-10 years ago, we literally 75% of the field would be down in Lake George. You could pull down and cover the entire field. Is there any fishery that has changed as much as the St. Johns River?
You know, so the weird thing about it was, back when it had the eelgrass, it pretty much fished exactly the same every time we were here. And then when the hurricanes came and the grass went away, it has almost been like a totally different fishery each time we've been here the last few times. I mean, it's just totally changed. Like, I never seem like I can fish the same area twice. You know, and before, you could just pretty much 90% of the field was going to be in Lake George. Chances are it was going to be one there. You know, so yeah, it's big and vast. There's so much of it I had, and that's kind of the deal, because I think a lot of the guys, you know, we're relearning it, you know, and so I saw new places this week I'd never seen before, because you didn't really have to look a lot of different places before. And now it seems like you pretty much need to practice the whole river, and you'll see guys start to spread out. And the next time we come, and we will come back, it may be some traditional areas that produce. I mean, you never know. It's all about weather.
All right, well, let's have a little fun here. Before we get, you've known Steve Bowman for a long time, both of you. How many times has he bothered you in your life?
More than I would like to count.
Yeah, he's probably bothered Greg a lot more than me. He's kind of close, local to Greg.
I think he's been bothering me since I was 17.
Well, now it's time to bother him a little. We're going to cast at him. But I want to let you know, this game has to have a breakout here. We have had 2 different rounds of competition. On day 1, we had 2 WWE wrestlers. They did incredible. Both of them hit the target 3 times. Yesterday, we thought, okay, we're bringing in 2 former Elite Series anglers. This is going to get so much better. The Prince of Palatka, and then, of course, your buddy Stephen Browning. They hit it twice. So represent the fraternity of anglers.
That's disturbing.
It's disturbing, but you guys are going to make this better, right? Set the rods down. Set the mics down. Let's pick up some rods. And Kyle Jesse's going to explain how this is going to work. Come on over here. Bowman. You didn't. That's what I'm saying. You're going to cast. No. You got to hit the bell. But bonus points for hitting him in the head.
You can aim wherever you want. But here's the deal: 1 minute. Okay, you got to hit the bell. If you hit the board hard enough, it might make a noise, but you have to hit the bell. Bowman's going to help me count.
No practice.
Here's the deal.
Practice flips.
We haven't done practice flips to this point. Mercer, what do you say?
You're the official.
Practice flips. You guys have been practicing all your lives. Let's do this thing.
Good point.
All right, 1 minute counts.
Feel free
starts
to
on my
all
count.
You want.
I'm not. Greg's the last person I'm going to trash
You
talk.
already got
If it was
the rod.
anybody else, I would. But he's fixing to destroy me in this, so I can't really.
This is not going to be
I don't think this is easy. No.
You're making excuses.
Yeah, I don't think it's easy.
All right. Are we going to do this?
Arguably, Greg may be one of the best flippers of all time. You get that. Now, but the bail's a little different. He's usually not casting at a bail 4 foot open.
The other deal is the range. I don't even hardly got room to move here.
But I have never seen this many excuses made before a competition.
Yeah, I'm just making sure in case this doesn't work out, we already, we look good.
Enough talking. Let's do this thing.
All right.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
That was the best one yet.
That seemed like a strategic shot.
Bonus points.
These are coming in hot. Somebody's going to get hurt.
He's got obstacles.
Are you feeling better now?
That was high. 20
No,
seconds in.
I think mine's going to be worse.
20 seconds in.
Bowman's getting absolutely destroyed right now.
To the left.
That mask was a great idea.
30 seconds in. 30
He's halfway in. Uh-oh.
Got to override.
Might have to go with the flipping strategy instead of the pitching. That might be the deal.
Wow.
Could be the deal. 20 seconds left.
Oh.
These are coming in hot.
You ain't got enough time to pick out the backlash.
15 seconds.
Pick it up a little higher.
10.
Pull it down a little bit.
9. 8. That hit it? 5. 4.
What in the...
2. 1. Time.
That's the best flipper of all time right here, too. Hey, listen, I'm going to give Greg some leeway right
He
here.
had one.
This is a different
official score.
This is a different combo than he's used to, okay? He doesn't have his lose. That's the problem, I think.
And to be honest, yesterday, Stephen Browning did put a backlash in that, but we didn't pick it out.
I'm like, come on.
Browning's fault.
Yeah, it was Stephen Browning's fault.
There's another combo around the corner without a backlash if you want to use that, George.
I don't know. I may just roll with it. Oh, there is another combo there. Yeah, he may have picked up the wrong one.
Leave enough line out to throw it.
All right. How do you feel about your performance?
It was terrible.
Yeah.
I've been on a roll. Black Cat ran across in front of me on the way up here, so I kind of expected it.
All right. I was unaware that Bron Breakker and Tony D'Angelo, WWE wrestlers, but incredible world-class flippers, it turns out.
So, 3 times.
Yeah, both of them. They both hit it 3 times when it went for a tiebreaker.
That's impressive.
Right.
Impressive.
We're looking for 1 for the tie, 2 for the win.
1 for the tie, 2 for the win.
You got 1 minute.
4
Are you
for
ready?
the record.
Jordan Lee.
You go for the record. Focus
5,
on 4.
4. 3, 2, 1, go.
I'm going to take a little different approach.
Oh, he's going to go easy.
A little bit of finesse action here. Not quite as hot on the throws. There's 1. That was a little high. It's close. There's 2. That was 2. That was 2. The 1 was to the right for sure. We're at 2.
Just a little bit.
A little low. High.
What's our time?
We are at
3.
25 seconds. There's number 3.
Good. 1 more for the record.
30 seconds.
I'm going to get the record, baby. It's coming. I feel it.
There it is. There it is.
Record 4. Come on,
History
you can do this. You're making history here.
Making history, baby, on the St. John, on the banks of the St. John's. Because I'm not going to make it on the river itself. This is the only record I'm going to have on the St. John's.
We're at 5?
10 seconds.
Ready for 6.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time.
I never
6.
thought it helps when you went second. Yeah, you learned, didn't you? How about that? He's a quick study.
He is a quick study, but he is your champion. Come on over here, Jordan.
What do I get for this?
You get nothing. You get nothing. You get glory. You get glory. And just like in all pro fishing, you get exposure.
Like I said, this is the only record I'm ever going to have on the St. John's is a casting competition. So
You did well.
He was not confident going into it, but, I mean, it kind of panned out. How are you?
Trying to get him to go first.
I learned from my elders, guys. I mean, that's the key. You got to watch Greg, see how he approaches things, and then you make the adjustments.
I was trying to break the board.
You really were.
I really wanted Bowman to get it up a little higher where it would expose more of himself.
It looks like he just wanted to hurt Bowman.
30 years of frustration he was taking out.
I like that.
There's a dent in the board
I
from
believe
the
I can get through that board. That's what I was thinking.
Thank you, Jordan Lee. Congratulations.
Yes.
Thank you, Greg Hackney.
Unbelievable.
Thank you.
Sorry.
For what?
But, well, how it
He
went.
got more of a prize than I did.
Well, no, I'm sorry.
He's
going to
lose.
sorry all of a
He's
sudden.
going to lose sleep over tonight.
Thank you guys very much. A great segment. We'll be back with Bo Knows and all sorts of other goodness here on the Bassmaster Halftime Show presented by Bass Cat Boats right here on the shores of the St. Johns River in beautiful Putnam County, Palatka, Florida. We'll be back in just a few minutes' time. Bassmaster Halftime Show presented by Bass Cat Boats. So welcome back. I'm joined by Kyle Jesse and Steve Bowman of Bo Knows fame, but not many people know quite the power of a Greg Hackney pitch like you do.
Man, that's like getting shot.
Wonder why.
He rocked me back. I thought he loved me, but I guess he doesn't.
Since you've been bothering him since he was 17.
I thought it was since he was 14, but, you know, that's fine.
Bo Knows, a segment that we have as part of the halftime show. What does Bo know today?
Bo knows a lot of things about that's going on here. I'm going to start with, and this isn't number one, but I'm going to start with, we showed a graphic of the top 10 largest stringers, and I want to point out that only 3 of those anglers on that list rode those stringers to a win. So in order for you to win here, you got to have big fish and a lot of fish. So number one, the day, and we've been talking about windows, bite windows.
Yeah.
Number one, the best open or the best numbers window for day one was 9 a.m. to noon.
Okay.
That accounted for 42% of day one's catch. Number two, the big fish window for day one, 9 to noon. It accounted for 67% of the 5-pound plus fish that were caught on day one. Number three, there's a trend here. The numbers window for day two, 9 a.m. to noon, it accounted for 47% of the catch that day, going down, right? But number four, and the biggest point in my mind, is the big fish window for number two. That time period was 12 to 3, all caught later in the day as we heard that fish were moving up. That accounted for 30% of the fish that were 5 pounds or more. So things have been happening all day, but it ain't over yet, according to the statistics.
And that's what I think is interesting. I mean, you look at yesterday, that's not surprising that the big fish window might come later in the day, super cold, windy. I mean, adverse conditions to say the least. But today, got a really warm day. We've seen some really big fish. I'd say the big fish window so far, if I had to predict, is going to be early actually today, but we still got a lot of time to go.
But if the trend continues in this later in the day, we're going to see some fireworks this afternoon.
Absolutely. There could be some big shakeups on Bass Track, and even bigger shakeups once the weigh-in rolls around, Dave.
I do love shakeups before weigh-in time. I don't have a fancy name named after one of the greatest athletes in the history of competition like Bo Knows, but I got some shocking stuff that has stood out to me this past week. First thing, yesterday during weigh-in, Hunter Shryock telling the world that he is wearing yoga pants underneath all that. Said he wore them by accident, but he had a giant day, made a giant charge. So you know how anglers are. They're crazy, and there's a good chance every time you see Hunter Shryock, you can always imagine he's wearing yoga pants below whatever you see above that.
How do you accidentally wear yoga pants?
Well, according to David Mullins, he doesn't think it was an accident. David Mullins says, here's what happened. This isn't the first time he wore them. He just got busted, and now he's telling us this is the first time he's worn them.
I'm channeling my inner James Overstreet. Basically, I don't think I'd have told that.
Another shocker from this week, Kyle Patrick. What a rookie season he had last year. Kicks off the sophomore season. Has proved that he is something to be dealt with all across, from New York, but he can catch him all over the country. To goose egg on day number 2 was a big shocker to me. But one of the things that I will say, posted a video on his social media and owned it and said, hey, man, there's no excuses. Nothing broke. Nothing to blame it on. It was 100% on me. I didn't have a backup pattern. Pattern number 1 didn't work, and he had to swallow a little bit of humble pie, but shows the person that he is by owning up to it the way he is.
It happens. I mean, that's not uncommon. How many days have you went out and caught 0? I know for me it's been a lot.
A lot.
It happens.
So much so that I became a tournament MC, Kyle. And the most shocking thing for me this week, every tournament we have rules infractions, but the most talked about rules infraction, in the individual with the most talked about rules infractions last year, and let's be honest, if it wasn't for an infraction, he would have been your progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, is also the youngest Elite Series champion in history. On day number 1, Trey McKinney ran a speed zone and found himself on day 2 in the penalty box, and he wasn't alone. That being said, Shane LaHue also got one of those penalties, and for those of you that know, that's nothing new. That's been going on for years, where Bass will assess a penalty for something like that isn't, you're not breaking a rule to get an advantage, you're just, it's something like that, which every angler on earth has done. But Trey McKinney, what are you doing? I mean, you need to get your act. I mean, dude is one of the most talented young anglers we have ever had on tour. But to come out here and on his first, after last season, and being like, this year, my nose is clean, I'm squeaky clean, to run a stop sign, basically, as soon as you got your license back, is kind of crazy. Trey McKinney, take this off time to get ready and get back at him at Lake Okeechobee. And that's the shocking stuff that I know. But what we do know is we did a little picking earlier in this week, and we're going to talk about that, Kyle Jesse.
I also know there's a chance I don't want to talk about our picks because from what I hear, it's not so good for me. But in case you missed it on day 1 of the halftime show presented by Bass Cat Boats, we talked about the brand new fantasy fishing game, the TH Marine Bassmaster Pick'em Challenge. Pick'em games have been super popular in various other sports, and this year we wanted to introduce a game that was simple to play, super easy, 7 head-to-head matchups, and all you do is simply pick the winner, or the angler that you think is going to win that matchup, and you win the point. 7 possible points. Tiebreaker is the overall 4-day winning weight. And you're exactly right. We made some picks. We made 3 different picks of the 7, and I believe we've got a graphic of that. I hear that it didn't go so well for me.
Well, I haven't even checked. I haven't followed along very much, but we'll have a look. Pick number 1. I just talked about Trey McKinney and Chris Johnson, and you kind of goaded me into, you said you're from Canada, you better pick Chris Johnson, and he is the reigning Angler of the Year, so I did. But Trey McKinney, a scary cat because he finished 2nd in that race. How's that working out for you?
Oh, not so good so far, but there's always next tournament, and just a week from now, we could be having a totally different conversation about how I'm stomping you, and if I had to guess, that's what we're going to be doing, but not my greatest matchup there. Trey McKinney, 90th place this week. Certainly not where he wanted to be. Chris Johnston, out on the water today, where you want to be on semifinal Saturday, and 0 for 1 so far. Not good.
What a bracket. You're reigning Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, and you're reigning Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year. A lot of season left for them, but it sure feels good to be ahead of you in that category.
Yeah, well,
I'll take whatever little victories I can get.
You'll certainly get that. Number 2. Matchup number 2. I think things might get better for me here. It might be the only place that it gets better for me, but, you got to take your wins where you can get them. Robert G. versus Jacob Fouch. This was the Battle of the Beards.
Ouch.
I picked Robert G.
Good pick.
I picked Robert G. I mean, Jacob Fouts, you were telling me up and down that Jacob Fouts was going to win this matchup. 96th place. Robert G, 19th place.
I mean, I would like to come up with an excuse, but I don't think in this situation I really need an excuse. I was unaware at the time of the pickings that we have turned against Fouts and the area where he did so well the last time we were here. Rodman, you can't even fish it this time. So I think this is well, a little fixed. So I feel like I'll take an L on that one so far, but I don't know that it was me. I think that, I mean, you just stacked the odds in his favor. I was unaware of it at the time.
You're saying that we targeted him on that event.
Yeah,
well, I don't know about
and me, clearly.
I don't know about that. Moving on, matchup number 3 is going to be the International Showdown. Carl Jochimson versus Taku Itu. Let's see how it pans out. Oh, man, maybe I'm doing better than I thought.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
I'm absolutely doing better than I thought. You had Carl Jochimson in this one, did you not?
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. Moment of total honesty right now. In television, sometimes we cut segments. Yesterday, we were supposed to do this segment. I was winning every single category, and then, surprise, surprise, we didn't have time yesterday. But today, we have all the time in the world when you look like you're smart.
Well, you know, I'm glad we did it this way. Hopefully, this is how it goes every tournament. I will say, though, Dave Mercer, they're both fishing today, so we really don't know how this matchup's going to go. You could still end up being right on this, but coming into a semifinal Saturday, I got 2 out of 3. I thought we were coming into this. I had 1 right.
Wow. You were making excuses like Jordan Lee and Greg Hackney.
Before we started this, I didn't even want to do the segment because I thought, you know, I'm going to get exposed here. You know, I talk a lot about fantasy fishing and clearly don't know anything about it, but maybe I know more than I thought.
You actually set these brackets. Tease next week's brackets. Give me a couple of them that we got to be on the lookout for.
Here's a fun one. Maybe if you're on TikTok, if you're on social media, you've seen a video from Seth Feider and Matt Robertson. It's going to be called the You Think matchup. And if you've seen the video, you know exactly why it's called that. We're going to have a War of the Titans. Okay. 2 of the biggest picks going into that tournament, in my mind, Scott Martin, obviously going to be one of the biggest favorites. Greg Hackney. Wow. Anytime you go to Okeechobee, anywhere that even resembles Lake Okeechobee, how can you root against Greg Hackney? That's going to be a really interesting matchup. And I want to say we got a battle of the Brandons. Brandon Palatka, Brandon Cobb. Let's get it going.
Fun. A lot of them. 7 different brackets, right?
7, yes, sir.
So make sure to check it out. That's a fun game. It was a lot more fun for me yesterday than it was today. But guess what? It's a long season. I'll be back. Trust me. I have faith. Bill Lowen continues to lead this tournament. We'll continue to follow the action. We'll be back with the weigh-in just a little bit. Bassmaster live from the studio coming up after this. Kyle Jesse, it's been a fun week so far. My favorite day of the week tomorrow, Championship Sunday.
Absolutely. Seeing a lot of moves on the leaderboard. Things are happening. It's going to happen at weigh-in, and I think we're in for a show tomorrow as well.
Bassmaster Halftime Show presented by Bass Cat Boats. Me, yow.
You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
Less than 2 hours left for our anglers here on semifinal Saturday at the Bassmaster Elite Series FXR Pro Fish Elite. Palatka, Florida. Live coverage brought to you by Humminbird. So I tell you what, let's do. Let's hit it for another 2 hours and see what we can see. I mean, we have seen a bunch already today. Bill Lowen, we have seen his fortunes start out great. We have seen them fall. We have seen him rise back up again. It took a long time for his big fish to show up. John Garrett had all but run him down. He was listed as unofficially an ounce behind Bill Lowen, but Bill Lowen has responded with a couple of big fish and a good 3-pounder, timely 3-pounder as well, and he is back on top, basically where he was to start the day, eight and some change ahead of the crowd.
Yeah, I guess that's not surprising, but when we saw John Garrett make that charge that he made with those 4 fish over 20 pounds, we thought, oh boy. But then Bill Lowen caught his good solid fish, and like you said, about where we started at, a little over an 8-pound lead.
Yeah, Bill had a small limit.
We've had caught a few good ones here in the last hour. The tide finally got right. Got in a little area that I had some bites in yesterday, and very fortunate. Caught a 5 and a 4. I think that's what I caught. And a 3-pounder, I think. So I think I got a little over 18 pounds right now. But like I said, the tide finally just got right, or at least right where I've been getting them big bites. And yeah, from now till it's time to go, ought to be really good. So I'm just going to keep grinding, keep doing what I'm doing. I just had a really good one chase my jig all the way to the boat. I'm just going to keep doing what I've been doing. It's working. I don't see any reason to change it. I got to get another good bite and try to get me over 20 or get me at least 220. I think I still got a 2-pounder in there. So to get to 20 is my goal. I definitely don't want to give up a 7-pound lead. So I'm just going to keep trying to catch everything I can catch, and hopefully some of those are going to be the big ones. But we ain't going to quit. We are just going to keep grinding and grinding and grinding. That's all I know how to do.
I don't think we're going to have to worry about him talking about moving to some other areas anymore today, like he was saying a few hours ago.
No, you can go pick up your cash.
That's right. Yeah, you can look at the shoreline and tell that water is quite a bit lower than it was a few hours ago.
And you talk about a remote place. I have not seen one sign of human life anywhere along the length of that creek. That is an isolated, pretty wild area. I love it.
We don't see a lot of that nowadays on
No,
Bass
we
Live.
do not. No, on Bassmaster Live we don't.
It's a lot of boat docks and big houses usually.
Yes, usually. A different set of houses here, too. I mean, we get used to it, some of these reservoirs, you know, and especially in the southeastern states, you got houses that look like Hampton Inns.
Yes.
Here, it's the little traditional shacks. It's the old Florida stuff. And here we go.
There's a bladed jig.
Evan Kung. Things turn on in his section of that little creek.
Better one.
I think maybe he is just trying that bladed jig, because talking to him, he said he caught all his fish punching and then on that wacky rig Cinco, but maybe he's on to something now. A little different approach. He had some
It's a good call.
real small keepers in his live well earlier.
Get rid of the tiny guy. Ooh.
Now he's using the old, the right hand handle, you know.
I could see some in the top of the tree.
Huh. He's a left-hand caster too, which.
Yeah.
Ooh, nice.
Are you naturally right or left, Rick? Right hand.
Right. And I'm not a great caster.
I think that's debatable.
Well, no, and I'll say that because you watch some of these guys casting.
There's some amazing hand-eye coordination.
College kids and high school kids casting, and I don't feel bad about that.
I went on a little flurry there. I caught 3 nice ones, 2 nice ones, 1 2-pounder, in like a 15-minute span, which was pretty cool. Right now, it's again gotten slow. I probably hit 3, active fish that were, actively guarding, whether it was the bed or the fry they were around. I'm looking at one right now, and he's not so happy, but that's how most of them have been. Just really hard to get to bite for some reason. Most likely due to the changing in water temperature. Usually doesn't help anything, but and I'm gonna try and make one more upgrade and at least I got a couple, one small fish in there still. Actually, two pretty small fish. It's just one maybe. Anyways, I want to get rid of the one something pounder I got in there and at least catch like a 2.5, maybe a 3 pounder to get rid of him, or maybe just catch a great big one. But with that being said, it has been not easy at all. Probably one of the toughest fishing days I've had in a while. Compared to yesterday, I feel like it's even tougher. I've just gotten fortunate with the couple of bites I've gotten. Like that big one I caught, I wasn't even fishing for that fish. I was fishing for what I thought was a male, and that female came out of nowhere and smoked my jerkbait. Must have just been, hanging out somewhere by the bed, doing its own thing. So that was a really nice fish to catch right there.
Got a little top 10 development. Corey Johnson started day 37th, our defending champ here. He's up to 21-4. He's in 7th place.
Oh,
all his fish came in at one time. We haven't been seeing his hourly updates. It just all popped in.
There's a few more of those
yes, sir.
unknowns out there, right, Such?
Yeah, there's a handful.
There's a Chris Johnston also that is listed at 0 that I doubt is a 0.
I was watching weigh-in yesterday, and Corey said, I just caught my two biggest fish. I think I figured something out. Just a few minutes ago. He said that on stage yesterday, so it sounds like he did.
And when we were on break, Jake Whitaker got to 6th place. He's over 20 pounds on Bass Track. He caught a 5+ and a 4+ to cull up to 20 even. Both those guys are still 15 pounds back of Bill Lowen.
And John Garrett's still got the biggest limit of the day,
28 pounds for John Garrett. He has not caught a fish since 10:30.
Wow.
That is showing on Bass Track.
On this lake, and then we're going to go fish some canals to finish out the day. Only thing I could think of is that just that cold front, and the wind and stuff, it just finally took its toll on these fish out here. Maybe the canal fish will be a little bit more protected and more aggressive. Actually, my biggest fish of the week came out of a canal on the final day of practice. I just felt better about this lake.
I think Brandon Card has a pretty good sense of he's got to do something pretty strong here in the last hour and a half.
I'm like Rick, though. Those clouds and there's a little ripple on the water. I would have to be mixing that spinnerbait in a little more.
Yeah. Wow, why wouldn't you make it honest and keep it honest anyway?
Yeah. Sometimes we outthink ourselves. I mean, he's been making real good decisions, but sometimes we just outthink ourselves. And I would have married the spinnerbait, probably looking at the conditions, but it's also burnt me a bunch of times. So.
Well, we'll see what Brandon does. You know, he knows he's not going to be in the top 10 the way it stands right now. So you figure he's got to get some big results here. We got the weigh-in coming up now. It's not too early to start getting you ready for that. 3 p.m. Eastern Time on Bassmaster.com. In the hot seat, he got close to being dumped out of that hot seat for a little bit today.
1 ounce.
1 ounce away from being dumped out. But hey, Bill is back on top. Bill is going to be in the Yeti hot seat at that weigh-in, to be sure. Feeling the heat. And he's going to make it to the top 10. There's no doubt about that. The 2025 FXR Pro Fish Bassmaster Elite from Palatka, Florida is sponsored by Mercury, by Power Pole, and by Progressive Insurance. as we progress further and further into the afternoon session of fishing here. Remember that weigh-in coming up at 3 o'clock. Bill Lowen, right there, had a slow start to his day. The big ones did not show up early, but around the time he said they might show up, they did show up. And he put himself from being in a virtual tie for the top spot with John Garrett back on top by 8+ pounds, pretty much where he started the day. Bill Lowen's is the top performance of the tournament, no doubt about that, but today's peak performance, you got to say, Davey, is going to be John Garrett.
Absolutely. John Garrett is 100% the marathon peak performer today. First fish starting off a 5-pounder, that's a nice one, and then it just goes even better from there, a 6-pounder. About an hour later, another 5.5, and then at 10:16, his fourth fish of the day, an 8-pounder. So then he had a great stringer without having his 5-fish limit. Caught a 3.5-pounder at 10:31, 28 pounds even, and I think it might even be a little heavier than that. He's been known to kind of underestimate a little bit. He might very well have a 30-pound stringer.
He didn't weigh those fish, 5.0, 6.0.
It was the round numbers you think he actually held the lead for momentarily.
Yep.
Those are ballpark figures.
Well,
right
he's underestimating. I mean, you round them off. You don't ever throw a 5.5 or a 5.3.
Right. Some great stuff going on out there on the water today. There's no doubt about that. And right through the tournament, this man's been responsible for most of it.
What's starting to concern me about Bill, I hope he keeps a big lead. I apologize. I do tend to root for people I shouldn't. But is that his oops, he got one. Oh, it wasn't very big. It's that his peak time's going to be real close to coming in tomorrow.
But it was a bite.
You know.
Close to quitting time.
Yeah, because they're going to come in at 3 tomorrow, and that peak time today was about an hour later, and tomorrow it's going to be an hour later.
Going to be some suspense throughout the day.
But he could pick up another peak time early in the morning.
That's right.
That hadn't been there.
You might could make it up there.
Rick, you remember who was leading the final day in 2019 when you came from 8th place, 11 pounds, 13 ounces back?
Of course I do.
Okay.
Chris, we were fishing close to the same area. We'd see each other once or twice every day, and like I said, 11 pounds on. That's the only way you can come back is to catch 10 pounders.
Two of them.
Two of them, and it happened. So. And Corey was sharing the area I was fishing, so I knew I had another guy in there who was going to take some of those fish.
My point is, you hate to see somebody who's got a 7, 8, whatever pound lead lose it. It happens, but you hate to see it for the guy.
You know, speaking of that, you look at the history of the elite tournaments on this body of water. It's more often than not somebody catches a big one or two the final day and makes a move. You know, it's even Corey last year caught a real big one on day 3, and then the final day flipping early that morning he catches a 6-pounder, 7-pounder, whatever. But I mean,
except for that one.
Bill's got a great lead right now, but he'll have to catch. He'll have to.
And always
he can't just catch 2-pounders.
Yeah.
Gotta finish.
No. There's something that I agree with. He said about there's somebody in the top 10, but you only got 10 guys that can do that to you, or 9, not counting you.
Yeah, it's lower.
Where did Garrett come from today? He didn't come from the top 10.
Right.
So you don't have that possibility happening to you tomorrow.
It's odd. Garrett was 38th. Corey Johnson was 37th. And Whitaker was 30th. And they're all right now in the top 10.
I guess that's been the most consistent thing thus far. The top 10 has really just flipped upside down every day. Every day.
Absolutely.
The majority of it. I mean, Bill Owen's been there, but and so is Jay. But other than those two, it's really churned. Brandon Carr's been solid until today. Now he's falling back.
I know in 2016 when Hackney was chasing you down, Rick, everybody was rooting for you.
Believe it or not, I've actually felt sorry for people I beat because I know what it means to them. And I had a wife one time tell me, "Don't you know it's somebody else's turn?" And she wasn't joking. And I told
What
her,
was your reply? I'd be interested.
My reply was, I didn't know I was supposed to take turns.
I like the way you started. I had a wife one time. We didn't agree with that philosophy, did you? They got to beat me. They got to earn it, don't they?
Yeah, that's the whole thing.
Yeah.
And it's but when I beat Tommy Biffle in the Classic in 1990, I really felt sorry. Because I knew how important it was to him.
Yeah.
You know.
So even after that, because Tommy had a lot of
closest,
big stage second place finishes.
No.
At the time, the FLW Championship Cup, $250,000 first, 25 a second. Tommy finished second. To me, we fished in the same area all week long. We were first and second all week. I really did. That's probably the only time. I'm not as tenderhearted maybe as you are, but I truly felt sorry for him. Number one, because it just was my day to lead. He led just as many days as I did. We were back and forth. But the difference between first and second place was staggering.
Yeah, that's like
250 to 25.
Well, and it kind of has always been that history.
Yeah, but even that was even worse.
No.
To Brock Mosley now.
And I will always say that Greg South fished the best
got
tournament in the Classic. I won by 25 pounds. I won it by 25 pounds, but he fished the best Classic.
Really?
Yeah, he was second. Mine was easy. They were there. He had to work for his.
Brock Mosley, we haven't been able to catch up with him very often. He has been in some out-of-the-way places. But we were lucky enough to get some footage from the high point of his day, certainly.
It's a big one. It's a big
as
one.
far as size, it was the high point of our day, too, on camera.
Woo!
That is just so fun. I mean, that
What did I just say?
6 or 7 pounder
I said, I'm calling
weighs the same as one caught on a wacky worm
That's
or a
why I came up
jerkbait.
here.
But that is just fun right
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
That's just fun stuff. Haven't seen a lot of that this week with the cold front.
No, and that's,
we would.
that's surprising.
Greg Hackney's saying the same thing right now. He's surprised that he didn't have more bites like that.
I'm puzzled.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like one's bedded there, though.
I need 2 more bites, 2 more solid fish. Oh, he had it. Damn. If he bites once, he'll bite again. Just cruising through here, and I seen one on the bed that's bigger than my smallest one. So I just want to see if I can get him to bite. I can't see him now. It's just,
First time Brock was here was in 2016, and he finished 105th. That may have been last place back then. And since then, he's made the cuts. And now he's having his best ever event here on the St. John's.
but I hadn't seen him. I can't even see the bottom.
What place was he in 2016?
105th.
Yeah,
that's close to last. Yeah.
Giving in anytime soon.
The old vibrating rod technique.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like being this close to one when I'm bed fishing, and he had it again. I've never seen it. I just feel it.
I wonder how many of those hats Joey has lost.
Yeah, good question.
I bet he goes and retrieves them, but I know he doesn't run with that hat on.
Joey said earlier that he thought he needed the sun to help move these fish under the mats where he caught them yesterday. Do not have those conditions
It's almost
today.
like there's just like absolutely no fish here. I mean, that's what it feels like. Oh, you don't want that weight hitting you in the shin. Brutal.
One of the best mat fishermen in Florida, though, will not approach a mat with his troll motor. And that's Randall Thorpe. He'll get up and let the boat drift into it, but he will not touch the troll motor. Or he'll push pole to it.
I think the fish are pissed off.
I did not know that.
There ain't no bass here.
Back to Brogna. He's gotten snapped at a couple times by those fish he's set up on. Has not been able to set the hook yet.
It's going to come flying through the air when he does it. I can just feel it coming.
It's on the other side of a little fence, isn't it? Or is that, I'm not just seeing things there.
Come on, man. I
don't know if that's some
reflection of the
it's a reflection
deck,
okay.
I believe.
There he is. Oh my God, it's way bigger than I thought.
Oh, good enough. I'm glad that wasn't a fence.
Yes. In the mouth. See?
Thank you.
In the mouth. I couldn't see him. That helps a lot.
Yep.
That fish that big. 3-pounder? Well, if we don't go fishing tomorrow, it ain't because we, man, this is probably the best day I've had all week, weight-wise.
Pleasant surprise when you set the hook and he's a pound and a half bigger than you thought he was.
Yeah.
Is that going to put him in our top 10? Keep him solid in there, about 5th or 6th place?
Yeah, about 5th right now.
All of a sudden, my line was over there.
Probably not enough on the cull to get him ahead of Shane LeHue in 4th, but got him a lot closer to that. That's kind of
He gained 2¼ pounds. He's up to 16-12 right now, 5th place.
The action continues here. The clock continues to tick for these 50 anglers, only 10 of whom are going to make it into the finals tomorrow. Bill Lowen largely shoring up his position over the past couple of hours. John Garrett, Jay Shakura, Shane LeHue, and Brock Mosley, all in that second tier there after him. And then we have Whitaker, Logan, Fighter, Atkins, and Cox rounding out our top 10 as it stands right now. FXR Pro Fish Bassmaster Elite on the St. Johns River. First stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. Our coverage sponsored by Humminbird on this very special week in a beautiful, beautiful, wild-looking place here in Florida. 300 miles of the river. We're concentrating on 100, or seems like more this week, miles of that. So great to have you with us here. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon. We've got the great Davey Hype with there. Such a treat this week to have Rick Clunn here. Rick, you made a great point in the last segment there. We're talking about all these guys coming from, making these rockets up the leaderboard. But you said for the guys in the top 10 right now, if they should remain there for today, they don't have to worry about that whole bunch. That's a big part of the threat taken off your plate, right?
Oh, yeah, you only have 9 guys you got to worry about. Versus today, they still had 49. I guess they had 52 or 53 guys. But no, you don't have those really unexpected comebacks. Yeah, those unlikely. Like Garrett is doing. It can still happen, and it does happen, but at least in your mind, if that doesn't happen and you've got a big lead to start with, you've got a good chance.
So much better chance. The big weight you had the final day to move ahead of Chris Johnson, what place were you in?
11th. Well, no,
10th?
11 pounds back.
11 pounds back?
Yeah.
11-13 back.
Yeah, I knew it was 11 plus pounds back, but you weren't like second or third, were you? You were 8th. Below 8th place.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
Yeah, and it's that was the perfect storm for me, though. Mm-hmm. It's just, as we talked earlier in the week, those big fish were really moving hard. They hadn't really moved hard in Florida at that time all year. And I knew I had the perfect conditions to get them to hit a spinnerbait right before they went on the beds. And that's what they did.
They'll have a whole set of problems to deal with tomorrow, the tide coming in later and everything. So we know we can look forward to a lot more problem solving by these best anglers in the world. Right now, let's go back down to Palatka, Florida, on location to dial in our colleague, Kyle Jesse. Kyle, there you are, Kyle. Great to see you. I know you've been listening to some of the conversation here. How do you see it breaking down? Is it going to be a battle at the top between Lowen and Garrett, or one of these anglers do you think is going to have the opportunity to do something big, to catch something gigantic, and insert themselves into the conversation?
Well, early this morning, it looked like we were going to have a much tighter race than we may have thought going into the day. Obviously, John Garrett with 24 pounds on 4 fish, and then all the way up to 28 pounds. And then I've even heard reports that 28 might be closer to 30, 31. So it's going to be really interesting to see. But at this point, even if he can duplicate a really big day tomorrow, Bill Lowen has just been so consistent, right? It seems like, early this morning he had a slow start, 9 pounds, a quick limit, but then you heard him say on camera a handful of times, the tide is getting right, things are looking good, and then instantly gets that gratification by getting 2 big bites, key bites, and he's been so consistent. Right now, it's hard to bet against Bill Lowen.
So, Kyle, I have to ask you, you mentioned that maybe John Garrett has another big day, but we haven't seen people be able to do it back-to-back other than Bill Lowen with the 20 and the 24. Let's just assume, and I'm sure it's not going to be this, but just for conversation, the top 10 that we have now, with Seth Fighter being 10th, Wes Logan 8th, Justin 9th and 8th, and Bill Lowen having an 8-pound lead. Who in your opinion, would be the person most likely to have that 25 to 30 pound stringer, which right now with the lead that he has, someone's going to have to do that more than likely?
I think the easy answer obviously would be John Garrett, just because we've seen what he's capable of doing today, and I've seen a lot of those photos that have came into the blog and on .com. I know you guys showed some on Bassmaster Live there, but I don't know. There's something about what Jay Shakeup is also doing. I mean, he led day one of the tournament. You know, you look at Bass Track the way it was going yesterday, and it looked like, you know, the Salt Springs area, everything that he had going for him was not going to work out. You know, he salvaged the day, and then today, doing a completely different game plan, looked like he's moved in the canals. This warmer weather, I don't know. You know, there's something about it. You see the pictures of guys coming through today, short sleeve shirts, it's warming up. It feels like Florida finally. And as you know, Davey, when that happens, you know, big things can happen. So I don't know that it's out of the question to say anybody in the top 5 couldn't have a massive, you know, Rick Clunn-like comeback. But if I had to say, it'd probably be John Garrett. And then I'm not going to rule out Jay Shakeup as well.
Okay, Jesse, one more question. We're not going to do the awkward pause today. One more question for you. I'm going to listen to the answer. And I know I just said of your top 10, and John Garrett is the obvious. We haven't had a camera with him because he started, you know, well out of the top 10 today. You said you've talked to some people, probably still photographer, like a Shane Durant or someone. Have you heard what he's doing, what baits he's throwing, or if he's in one area, or if he's just figured something out and moving around?
Believe it or not, Davey, this is 2 days in a row that we're going to have to talk about Shane Durant because it was Shane again that gave me the information. But he ended up going to John Garrett later in the day. Already had, you know, what he had, but he did see some of the fish that he had. You know, was able to pull them out of the live wells, get a picture of them, which obviously was great to do. But he didn't mention what bait he was throwing, but he did specify that there was a lot more. You know, I think he left his area early. You know, knows what's in there. That's the scary part. I mean, if he can duplicate even remotely something close, and then let's just say this warmer weather makes it even better, that's a scary thought if you're Bill Lowen in first, you know, going into Championship Sunday.
It's going to be better tomorrow, too.
Will be better.
Looks like our best day for them.
All right, Kyle. One more quick question. Now, you got all these new duties now. You got to spend so much time on the halftime show, getting ready for that, executing that. Not a lot of time left. Do you ever get out on the water anymore? Are you going to be able to get out there some this year?
They have not let me out on the right here on this dock is the closest on the water that I've been this week. It's been a full week for sure. It's been a lot of new things. I love the new challenge. I enjoy getting to talk to you guys every day. Seems like, you know, yesterday I called it a punishment. It looks like it might be a longer-term punishment than you guys were in for. But it's been a lot of fun. I love getting to do this and talk to you guys, and everything being able to do with Dave Mercer has been a real treat, and it's been a ton of fun. Hopefully later in the year I get on the water, but we'll see.
Well, you're doing a great job, and we sure appreciate all of it, Kyle. You always bring the great fun and the great info. Kyle Jesse out there working hard, and now with extra job duties and holding up pretty well to it, I would say.
Doing a great job.
Yeah,
he's doing a great job.
Let's get back out to Bill Lowen.
No, his internal scales aren't saying I need more.
I don't want to read into it too much, but sounds like John Garrett left the area or whatever he was doing at 10:30 this morning.
That's the last fish we have. 3.8 is what he's had to cull, and he has not been able to do that since then.
And if he does have 30 or 31, I don't blame him for leaving.
Sure, yeah.
Wow, look out tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean.
Well, I don't know if he's left. I've been watching him on the map. He's in the same general close vicinity. Maybe he's protecting it.
Right.
Got to Shane LeHue, the first sort of non-canal situation. Seen him in for a while.
We have ran back up the river
same area
a little ways. The most of those fry garters are, you know, 2.5 to 3.5 pounds. And they're great to start with, especially on a place like this where it's pretty tough, and normally it's really tough on me. So we gave that a few hours this morning, and I left some that I found for tomorrow. Pretty sure we should stay in the top 10 barring we make it back and nothing happens. But now we're looking for a big one. Like I said, those are, you know, 3.5 pounders is about what I feel like I'm gonna get the best out of that stuff. So I need to figure out how to catch a big one because Bill's so far ahead. You know, I'm going to have to get 2 big bites to even have a chance, and he may have 24 pounds again, and there may be a very slim chance at this point, but I feel like it's my best opportunity to try to win. So I'm just swimming a jig, and just a Berkeley swim jig and some pads. Just trying to catch a big one. This is, you know, I know for a fact this is how a lot of guys have caught them the past couple days, the bigger fish. I haven't given it enough time. I usually give it about an hour, hour and a half each day, which today we're going to give it about 2 hours-ish, so a little longer. But it was nice to run down there, catch what we needed to catch, and go for some big ones now. Just had one roll on it and did not get it. It didn't look very big, but.
So something I noticed, it really jumps out to me. He's swimming a jig. Bill Owens swimming a jig. He said, I know for a fact a lot of guys are swimming a jig, catch him. All that's great. The thing that we have been able to watch, having a camera with Bill Owen, a lot of his fish swimming a jig have come outside away from the cover. He gets the bites when the bait's well clear of the cover. Now what Shane's doing is what a lot of people do, I have done before, get right up to the edge, and even when he was off of the outside of the cover, he would pick his bait up and just, you know, right to the boat. Where Bill Owen, the majority of the fish, not all of them, but the majority of the good fish we've seen him catch have bit 2 to 10 feet away from the outer cover.
Yeah. Now let me ask you a quick question. The edge of those pads right there, does that represent where the drop-off is? So does it always coincide with that?
More than likely, but sometimes it's not a drop-off. It's just the line where you don't have enough light penetration or the water. You know, there's several things, but it's not always necessarily like a 5-foot drop right there.
Yeah.
But there is a depth change. It's always a depth change.
Yeah. When Cruz won, I think in 22, he fished this same area, and he was throwing a bladed jig on the, like you said, on the outside edges. And that's where I saw him catch a couple of his better ones. And you know, so I agree.
Yeah. Let's take a look at some of his day here. Now, my theory is he's doing something different now because he's figuring the odds of when he grabs all these jerkbait fish, the more he grabs, the more chance he's got to stick himself in a severe way. So he's just sort of letting, you know, trying to stay on the right side of that.
That could be it. But I'm thinking he's like, I fished for almost 3 full days doing the exact same thing. Haven't caught a 5+ pounder yet. I've got to have a 5+ pounder to make up that lead that Bill Lowe has.
That sounds more likely. Yeah.
That could be he heard how much the emergency room charge was to Brandon Carter. And you could be
I don't
right.
want any of that. Yeah.
Yeah. At this point, I can't afford that 3-hour hospital visit, so I'm going to go throw a single hook.
Oh.
Now, I really think he's thinking, gosh, you know, and I would too at this point, how can I not have caught a fish? Granted, fishing for fry garters who are males who are typically going to be a little smaller, but how can you not see a female sitting out there? One of the Guido Hibben females, like you're talking about, that just moved off of the bed because of the cold front is going to ease right back up.
Yeah, and I can never say his name, second place guy.
Secure it.
He even said a while ago, he said, that's not the fish I saw, and she just came in from nowhere.
Yeah,
and they
sure did.
Yeah. Let's get back out to Brandon Card. It's been a rough go of it for him today.
Three fish today for about 7.5 pounds.
Oh.
Rick, I think you and I both were like chomping at the bit, seeing the wind blow and him throw a spinnerbait. But I think he's surprised. I sense that he thought, yeah, if this wind will lay down, I'll catch him just as good on soft plastics, and it just hasn't happened.
I fish those docks he's fishing a lot, and there's days when you swear there's no fish there, and you know they are. Yep. They always said, you know, when Peter was kind of getting after us a little bit, and we had a press conference with him, I finally asked him, I said, who makes the final decision whether they're going to participate? We don't. The B.A.S.S do.
That's a good point.
And that's the problem with a lot of this. You can be doing the right thing, but if they don't want to play.
Yeah. Well, Brandon Card going to fish on, try to get some sort of a result there. Want to remind you of another division of pro bass fishing, of tournament fishing, highly competitive fishing, and that is the Bassmaster, the Newport Bassmaster Kayak Series. Gets more and more participants each and every year. The equipment gets more sophisticated each and every year. Just finished. They've already had a big event already this year on the Kissimmee chain. That was won by a fellow named Sherman Bishop, the 2025 champion there, with a 204.75-inch final tally there. And apparently that's a lot of big bass right there. And also now we've got the College Kayak Series coming up, so check it all out. Scan the QR code and find out more. Oh, the clock is ticking. 1 hour left of fishing time for these, at least the first flight of these 50 anglers left on semifinal Saturday. St. Johns River, Palatka, Florida at the FXR Pro Fish Bassmaster Elite. Bill Lowen started the day with the lead. A fantastic first 2 days for Bill Lowen. Started with a big lead, 8+ pounds. Had that lead disappear during the course of the morning, and then things turned on about on the schedule. Bill had it planned out for, and he regained that lead. He's got about that same advantage as it stands right now. But boy, we did see a lot of action bubbling up under him, and he did not ever go under. He stayed on top for that amount of time. But I tell you what, it's just a reminder that you can't go to sleep. You can't snooze tomorrow if you're Bill Lowen. You've got to be on. You can't catch all little fish. You can't catch a bunch of you've made that statement, Davey. You can't catch 5 2-pounders tomorrow and expect to win.
You know, it looks like it's going to be tough for anyone to have more weight at the end of Championship Sunday than Bill. But I think we all know, having fished here or covered tournaments here a lot, it's far from over. Far, far from over.
Brock Mosley put a giant in the live well earlier today. Just saw him catch another one not too long ago.
There's one. That's a good one.
Wow.
Gonna help, I think. Maybe.
That was a very nonchalant cast. But he
That's
caught
a
one.
little bitty female. And she choked it. Still our smallest, but it helped.
Been a while since we checked in with Caleb Kufal. Caleb started the day right in the middle of our top 10, but has fallen off in production a little bit during the day.
Boy, Mosley, LeHue, and Lowen have been our most consistent guys.
I don't know. Maybe I should have been flipping all day. That one won't help though. I don't think it ain't even worth weighing. 145. No. For some reason, whenever I come here and try to flip these pads, those are the ones I end up with. I can't get a big bite. I don't know why.
That water has dropped quite a bit today. You can see these different anglers throughout the river we go to. Look how far out of the water those pads are.
Yeah, the pad tops are clear of the water, aren't they?
Makes it harder to throw a spinnerbait too.
Yeah.
Which he was doing earlier.
Welcome into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. I'm at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, and we talked a little bit earlier, for those joining us on Fox Sports 1 earlier, about the 3 different fantasy fishing game modes that you can choose from: Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing, TH Marine Pick'em, and Falcon Rods Drain the Lake. Well, let's jump into our rookie class, or our newcomers, the first-year elites. This is their first time fishing professionally with B.A.S.S, and how they'll maybe kind of spread out throughout the season for your Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing team. Here are the 9 first-year elites. We obviously have 2 legends who have returned to the Elite Series, and that would be Randy Howell and Cliff Pace. They are not rookies. There are 2 anglers here who aren't considered rookies either, and that is Cody Meyer and Dakota Hebert, because they have beaten the $500,000 career winnings threshold with other fishing leagues and with our tournament circuit. So those 2 can't win Rookie of the Year, but they are a part of our 9-man first-year elite group. And so when you think about how these anglers will spread out throughout the year, a lot of these fishermen are really good with their electronics. They're from diverse backgrounds. They've either fished the college series or they fished for a long time professionally, like we've seen with Cody Meyer and Dakota Hebert. Some guys from the West Coast like Andrew Loberg. Some guys like Easton Fothergill can't do anything wrong wherever they go. They've had a great 2-year stretch, him winning Team of the Year in 2023 for college, and in 2024 winning 2 Bassmaster Opens and the points race. But thinking about a couple guys, I would have to say, when you think about the Lake Hartwell event, that could be spawn heavy, but it should be enough post-spawn fish that I could see guys like Tucker Smith, Paul Marks, Emil Wagner, who are very, very good fishermen on spotted bass lakes and herring lakes. Those 3 guys love Lake Hartwell. I could really see them doing well there. If you want to spread them out, pick one of them. Make sure you at least pick one of them. Easton Fothergill also calls Lake Hartwell his favorite lake. I think about the tough river grinders, Bo Browning, and Andrew Loberg, possibly. He's got the West Coast love, so he's got a lot of diverse fisheries in his back pocket that he is well skilled at. Bo Browning, though, is kind of the river rat of the group. If you know that name, Browning, his dad, Stephen Browning, a longtime Elite Series pro in the past, taught him well. He is very good on rivers. He was actually my pick coming into the year to be the leader of Rookie of the Year after the St. John's River event. When you think about the Canadians, there's a big influx of Canadians to the Elite Series. Evan Kung, one of those. We'll have to keep an eye on him for Lake St. Clair later in the year, but he's fished the Mississippi River for the Opens. He's fished quite a few of these fisheries and going to spend a lot of practice time ahead of time. So when you think about Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing, don't just think about the guys you know from past years. This rookie group, this first-year group, just like last year's group, absolutely stud from top to bottom, and you won't want to forget them and not pick them.
Thank you, Ronnie. Of course, we got Evan Kung started the day in the top 10 today. He's down to 15th, and also in the top 25 is Tucker Smith, so 2 of that group.
Emil Wagner's the other one, rookie who made the cut this week. Bo Browning started off.
Emil Wagner?
Yeah. Bo Browning started off in the teens, but he fell out of our top 50. Right now, Seth Feider's in 10th with 45.5 pounds on Bass Track. Wes Logan's ahead of him by a couple ounces. Gerald Swindle with 13.5 today is in 11th. He's just half a pound out of making the top 10. John Cox has only got 9 pounds today. He's a pound and a half back. Koofhall needs another fish as well.
This is the closest we have seen Evan and Bill fishing.
Yeah, that's right.
To one another.
It's the first time we had them in the same shot.
I don't know what flats are in. Of course, if Kung was way back, he may be working his way out.
So they should both be in the first flight.
That's true.
3 in check-in. Check-in.
Yeah, 15 minutes, 3:15 for the second group of 25.
What do you figure they're about 20 minutes possibly from Palatka, something like that? Counting time getting out of the creek.
He said 25 yesterday, Bill Lowen did, I believe.
That's when you got 24 pounds in a live well. When you got 18, you cut it down about 22 minutes. 24 pounds in a live well, you can give yourself a few extra minutes. Just
that affects your gas mileage too.
Yeah, good point.
They've only got 15 to 25 more minutes to fish, probably.
Right. Yeah.
And I've noticed others on the map already kind of heading up.
The ones down at Astor, you mean, Such, those folks?
Some of those guys have
further upstream, down south?
Down at Astor, further upstream.
Down upstream at Astor.
Confusing.
That looked like a brim.
I don't think that was going to help him, even if it was a bass.
Yeah.
Billy's still sticking with his guns.
Got about 9 anglers without bass track at all. So we could have some more surprises today at the weigh-in.
Now we got some names that you wouldn't think would be sitting on 0 too, right, Such?
Oh yeah, Austin Felix after yesterday, Pat Schlapper, Prosnick, Heron, Drew Cook,
Chris
Ito.
Johnston.
Chris Johnston is it? Yeah, Kyle Norsetter as well. Taco Ito. Clifford Perch.
Drew Cook was our furthest angler. Upstream or down south, if you might say. Earlier today, he was way down there, up there.
Last few times I've gone, I'm out there trying to learn this live scope better because I got my butt whooped on it last year, so. Not that I didn't use it some, but
yeah, he used it in a very unique way.
But I'm going to be doing a lot of fishing this year because I'm fishing the MPFL too. They got one on Norman, which is 5 minutes from my house, so that made the decision.
There we go.
I don't think he's gonna help either. Dang it. They're all like 2 3/4.
You're doing good when he doesn't help.
Not all. God. He ain't gonna help. It's like a 270. Let's see how good I am. 265.
I think that might help. That's going to be close.
Yeah. He's had a few that size today.
Oh, how big item. 256. I had my numbers backwards. That was weird. I didn't even feel him get it.
Yeah, I started this show saying I wanted to learn under these conditions, and that swim jig, is impressive. And you think, you have never fished a swim jig? You've been doing it forever? No.
Whoops. I thought we were clear. Sorry, Lisa. I was just talking like I was going to have to fish a lot.
Did you just criticize him for giving another?
I didn't catch it.
For giving another organization's name on?
Yes.
Oh no, we do it all the time.
I don't think.
Oh.
That's a big deal.
He said, "I'm sorry, Lisa." Though I don't know. I thought.
I don't think Lisa cares.
Yeah, she's got bigger things to worry about.
If you want to fish them,
I'm way
tournaments with them, have
in
at
here,
it.
and it's going to take some time to get out. So about 2:30, I'm going to crank up and head back toward the mouth and get to where at 2:45 I can put myself on pad to get back in time. I ain't going to chance it, but it's going to take a little bit of time to get out of here. But I haven't been this far back today, and I just want to see what it's like. I know there's fish back here too. And they ain't been messed with, I don't think. We haven't messed with them.
Mosley's been out here 10 years. Hard to believe. He's been around that long, but we talk about these streaks of people finishing second place and talking about Tommy Biffle a little bit ago. And I mean, he had about 5 second places racked up before he collected his first win at the Sabine, where we're headed later this year.
He did. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think his first second place finish was the end of his first year up on the St. Lawrence River.
Yes, that's right. That's right.
Rookie year had a second.
Yeah.
Bladed jig on boat docks right around the takeoff.
Yeah, right up there.
Ooh, I thought I saw one coming.
I did too.
Must have bounced off that dock, the waves.
But he had 2 seconds that year, St. Lawrence and St. Clair.
Really? His first year had 2 seconds?
2017, yeah.
Wow.
Oh, boy. Well, Brock Mosley's going to go till he runs out of canal or runs out of time, one or the other, see which one happens first. And
he was second
later
to
we may
Lowen
see
as well.
him down closer to the mouth, yeah. Bill Lowen still on top. Regained his status as the man atop the mountain. John Garrett still in second place, and the rest of the 10, as you can see right there, hoping if you're there right now, you want that time to run out quickly. Because if you're not in that top 10 at the end of it all, you are down the road towards Okeechobee, and that's where we will be next week, as a matter of fact. 2025 FXR Pro Fish Bassmaster Elite, first stop of the year. St. John's River, Palatka, Florida. This is semifinal Saturday. And it's sponsored by Toyota and by Nitro Boats, by Dakota Lithium, and by Humminbird.
That must
Beautiful
be,
shot right there.
Yeah, that's must be Brandon Carr. Isn't it at Crescent Lake?
Yeah, that's where he caught that gap, where he caught that one yesterday, like the second one we watched.
Oh, right, yeah.
Recognize that ramp. Put in there, launched there years ago.
Leaving at 2:30.
Which means about 5 more minutes of fishing time for Bill Lowen.
Yeah, he's out near the mouth.
Yep.
Bite, get a bite.
We just did not get the promised amount of sunshine today. Yes, the cloud deck never got pushed out completely.
If they stay around, probably mean a warm night tonight.
Warmer night, and maybe we're sort of all the way past our prefrontal, our post-frontal conditions too, I would think. It's about.
It says it'll get down to 44 at 7 a.m., the coldest hour.
Okay.
And then we're going to have some sun, mostly sunny, partly cloudy business. Winds about 4 miles an hour from the northeast. Get up to 71 in the afternoon.
Rick, do you think that could be our best fishing day?
Until I heard him say the wind out of the northeast. But yes, I'm just following the patterns here and everything.
Bill Lowen getting closer to finishing his time in that special creek right there. Let's get back over to Caleb Kufall. Still in need of a big one. He just can't get a big one to show up today. He's had no trouble getting a limit.
Well, it's been a pretty trying day. Got 5 in the box for about 9 pounds. You know, I fished my program. I got, you know, really no regrets to what I've done today. You know, I got 1 big bite and didn't put him in the boat. So, you know, that's kind of the story of my day. But no regrets, you know, it's going to be a good finish. Unless I get a big one here at the end. But I don't know, conditions, you know, a lot different today than yesterday. I've been trying to get the spinnerbait to work. And, you know, haven't really had a whole lot of luck on it today. But it is what it is, you know. I did not have a very good practice coming into this thing. You know, practice was an absolute grind for me. You know, only getting a couple bites a day, and you know, I just kind of picked out the areas that I'd gotten some bites in, and just kind of went with it. And you know, very pleased to have the kind of finish that I did have. So, but we're gonna keep going here to the end. Hopefully, we can get 1 or 2 more bites to throw us in tomorrow. But it is what it is.
You know, pads are probably one of the aquatic vegetations that survives nature and human abuse more than any other aquatic vegetation. It's just... And evidently the manatees don't eat them.
Yeah, what does eat them? I can't think of what might eat them.
Must be way down on the list for the manatees, if not like dead last. Because they have cleaned out, you see them feeding on every other vegetation that I know of down in Florida, but you don't see them munching on the pads.
I've watched manatees follow lawnmowers down the banks that are throwing grass out in the water.
I've seen grass carp do that. I've not seen manatee, but I certainly could see that.
Yeah.
They're certainly not afraid of people.
No.
They'll come right up to the boat.
Davey, you made me look up what do manatees eat. Algae, aquatic plants, sometimes small fish and crustaceans.
How about that? Might snack on a goggle eye or 2 once in a while.
I'd rather have a goggle eye than a lily pad any day of the week.
That sounds like a little more satisfying there. Hey, coming up, we got the weigh-in coming up at 3 p.m. right there in Palatka, the city dock, our headquarters there. But also at 3 p.m. over on YouTube, there's going to be the Moultrie Mobile Behind the Tanks. Pat and the gang will be back there getting the thoughts from the anglers before they weigh in. Get some telling comments, no doubt about it. So definitely check that out. The FXR Bassmaster Elite, the St. Johns River. This is semifinal Saturday. The clock is ticking, and our first flighters, our top 10, are due in less than half an hour. Actually, about 25 minutes. Many of them probably on their way. Some of them probably on their way right now. That's the way the leaderboard stands unofficially per Bass Track, and Bill Lowen pretty much where he started today, 8 pounds ahead of his nearest pursuer. His pursuer has changed to John Garrett instead of Jay Shakeup, but we have got the same look at the top, but a big bunch of shakeups all the way up and down the leaderboard. Let's look and see where some of those came from as we check out our Toyota Midday Report. We'll start with the 10th year Bassmaster Elite angler Brock Mosley.
Yeah, Brock Mosley having another good, solid tournament. He's had some tough tournaments here early on in his career, but he's been solid the last few years when we come here. This is the reason why he is solid today and probably going to make our top 10 because he's about 5th place or so.
Yeah.
Credit to this.
Good. What did I just say?
I would say 6.5, 7 pounder, maybe closer to 7 pounds. Brock wouldn't tell us how much it weighed.
No, he wouldn't.
Maybe Dave Mercer talked him into. Don't give them away. They won't watch the weigh-in.
We don't want to take the suspense away. Back and started looking at one from close range there, and managed to get it to bite.
In the mouth.
Yep, the real big one, he just was punching a mat. That fish was on the bed, and he missed it a few times and then ended up catching it. It was bigger than he thought it was.
Spent a lot of time with Shane LeHue today. Shane LeHue catching him fairly steadily through the days. No giants showing up for Shane, though, but boy, this size, he wore him out today.
No matter where Shane LeHue finishes, if he wins or finishes his 10th, it looks like he's going to definitely be fishing tomorrow, but he has had a solid tournament. Not to have caught a big fish. I don't think he's caught one even 5 pounds, and it's hard to make the top 10 here on the St. Johns River without catching a single bass over 5 pounds, but it looks like Shane LeHue is going to do that. Catching most of his fish on a jerkbait, fishing these man-made canals, targeting fry garters. A lot of good solid fish. I'm still amazed we haven't seen Shane weigh in a fish over 4 pounds and some ounces.
Did take a change in tactics a little bit later on today and still couldn't get off that size, it seemed like.
Exactly. Got out on the main river, swimming a jig in these lily pads, and no help. Caught several fish that a lot of people would like to have in their live wells right now, and he released them. No help to Shane LeHue.
Jay Shakeup was our day one leader with almost 25 pounds on day number 1. Did most of that work out in the Salt Springs, but after day 1, that was over.
Yeah, after day 1, there's a lot of these for Jay Shakeup.
Yes.
He would end up by the end of the day calling most of these fish out, but yesterday was really his trying day. He went about 3 hours yesterday morning without catching a bass. This morning, a lot better start numbers-wise, but a lot of small fish. I think he has culled all of those fish. That was his first cull of a very small bass, but he went into the man-made canals and was able to catch some fish very similar to Shane LeHue. Jerkbait, man-made canals. In fact, I don't think him and Shane were ever in the exact same canal at the same time, but I think maybe they were fishing the same canals at different times and probably, catching some of the same fish and hurting one another.
Yeah, dividing those fish. But hats off to him. I mean, his main deal played out early in this tournament, and he has done a lot of improvising since then, done a lot of different things, and he's patched together a good effort, has him near the top of the leaderboard.
Seems to do that a lot in the 4 years he's been out here.
Right.
He can improvise, patch it together, and so often makes the top 10. If you look at his career and the times he's been out here, whether it's a Bassmaster Classic or a Bassmaster Elite Series, he stays right up there in the conversation almost every event.
The veteran Bill Lowen in his 20th year with the Bassmaster Elite Series. He's got one win under his belt, and he is making a strong case that he may be well due for another one in this year of 2025.
Yeah, absolutely. Bill Lowen with 20 pounds on the first day, 24 and change yesterday. This morning, a better start, a quick limit like yesterday, but a little better size. But it's real important for Bill Lowen. He's talking about this, but we saw it yesterday and today. For that tide to start pulling out, that water level to start going down, these fish, for a lot of different reasons. We talked about this, Rick, probably the way he's able to present his bait. Also, those fish having to pull out because the water gets really shallow in the back of the cover. And then the third thing that certainly is an effect is it puts these fish in an ambush position because there's a lot of bait moving by. And it's basically the dinner bell rings when the tide starts falling on the tidal reservoirs.
Yes! One big bite changes the day, right?
Tidal waters, not reservoirs.
And it did. That one big bite did change the day. He was not smiling for the previous 2 hours. Big smiles after that one came in, and that was the story of Bill's day and the arc of his day, which was up and down and up.
But he had a good morning start, and that'll be even better tomorrow.
Yes.
And that's what he can build on, and hope he gets some big fish tomorrow. And of course, that late bite's going to be real close to weigh in.
Yeah, let's hope he gets them early because the next window that he thinks is very important for him. We'll be real close to weigh-in, and I'm sure his family doesn't want to have to sweat it out that long.
No.
A lot of the anglers on the move. John Cox out of the Ocklawaha River caught a 3.5 pounder to get up to 9th place. He's got 11 pounds on the day, no super bigs. And Robert G got is now within a half a pound of the top 10 weight. He just caught a 4.5 pounder. Seth Fider, he's 11th right now. He's only got 4 fish. A 12 ouncer would get him in. He's like 4 ounces behind Wes Logan.
Wow.
Knock Wes Logan out.
Interesting.
Even if John Cox is down 11 or 12 pounds in 9th or 10th place, he's not one that you want to have to beat on Championship Sunday on the St. Johns River. He's certainly capable of having a 30-pound stringer any day of the week.
His 8.13 on day 1 has not been overtaken for our Phoenix Boats Big Bass yet, but Bernie Schultz has got a 9.5 on Bass Track that could do the trick. That is still Bernie's only fish of the day. He was 5th, he's fallen to 21st.
So day 3 is unofficial, but looking at that top 10 and who could be the ones that's really have momentum going up. Corey Johnson, 15-7 day 1, 21-4 day 2, and unofficially 24-9 day 3 according to Bass Track, which usually means he's probably got 25 or 26. So
and Corey may have more time to fish today.
Yep.
Right, coming out of the top.
Yep. So he is definitely trending up.
Yeah.
Fishing the conditions, and we'll go over this.
That would be quite a story for the last year's winner to come up from out of the top 10 in the final, well, let's say day and a quarter of fishing, and challenge for the win here. That would make quite a story for sure.
Yeah, Garrett was from 38th, Corey from 37th.
So those two will be fishing a little longer today, Such, right?
Not much. 3:15 check-in for the second flight.
3:15 for both of them? Okay.
Oh,
well. Seth, as Such told us, catch a small one.
Struggle of a day. Never really did figure anything out. Got a couple decent ones. Got 2 babies. I don't even have a limit right now. Got like 18 minutes left before check-in. Stopping here by takeoff, just literally trying to catch a keeper just to have 5. Hopefully we can get that done. I think this stuff's been a little beat up though today. But yeah, hopefully get one more nibble and catch a keeper and at least have 5. But didn't lose anything today. Caught everything that bit, just never really figured anything out. I guess I don't know if I ran out of fish or the cold finally got to them or what the deal was, but seems like the bites I did have seemed like they bit it pretty good. I don't know if it was the cold or fish were just leaving my areas or what the deal was, but never did really put it together today, and now we're hoping for a 12-incher. About 15 minutes left to go.
Certainly didn't see Seth Fider struggling to catch his 5th fish this late in the day coming in.
I did not see that either.
Hey, Bernie just caught his 2nd fish. It is a 12-ouncer. Sorry.
That has got to be the Mutt and Jeff catch of all time. If that holds up at, yeah, right? At the weigh-in.
Don't
want
eat
to see
it.
that picture.
Separate live wells for sure. Hey, where'd that other fish go?
Getting closer and closer to the final cast of the day here. Weigh-in coming up at 3 o'clock. Don't forget about that. But we got some more fishing to show. We're going to be on here. We're going to see the last fish caught, I hope. I hope we see 3 or 4 more fish caught before this one's over. We're going to find out after these messages, so stick around.
You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
Welcome into the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge. We've talked about it the last few days. Keeping an eye on maps, forecasts, weather, tides, wind, all of those deals are so important, especially on a 110-mile playing field like we have at the St. Johns River. Let's jump in and take a deep dive and look at how the weather has changed throughout the week. Obviously, it had been very, very stable, warm conditions in Florida the 2 weeks leading up to this event. But of course, Bassmaster comes to town, so a cold front hits Sunday into Monday, so Sunday evening into Monday of practice. Almost a week ago that the cold front started. We started to see it pass Wednesday, but then it dipped right back down Thursday. And the reason it dipped down, as you look here, you can see 13 to 15 mile an hour north gusts. So when you get a north wind, especially in Florida, absolutely not the wind that you want speed-wise or direction-wise. And that was what hit us. This is Lake George on the St. Johns River. This is what hit us on Thursday of the tournament. Then we go to Friday, a little bit different weather and wind. It's coming from the northeast, not the northwest wind, but it's also a little bit lower in that 10 to 12 range. And mile per hour or two difference makes a difference, especially on how big of a body of water Lake George is when you're making travel plans or fishing plans. We saw on day 3 of this event, the wind has now shifted. It's coming straight from the east, from the ocean. The ocean's just right over there if we took a peek. It's coming from the east, and it's a lot lesser. It's in that 5 to 8 mile an hour range, which now means the west shore of the St. Johns River is going to be the most impacted. But as we see, a lot of orange, not a lot of red. Red means high intensity of wind hitting those banks. We're seeing orange, so it's a lot lesser today. Now, thinking about tomorrow, the wind's going to shift once again. It's going to come back like it was earlier in the week from the northwest, but it's going to be a whole lot less. This is our lowest wind of the week, will be Championship Sunday. The big deal here is we've gone from heavy winds that have stopped the tide from flowing out on day 1 and 2 of this event when it's 10 to 15 miles an hour from the north. It kept a lot of that water in the St. Johns River. The tides not nearly as impactful as they would have been. As it started to slow down, that water can start to move in some form or fashion. The tides aren't huge here, but that water will start to move out a little bit more, and places like Lake George on Saturday and Sunday of this event are definitely more navigable than they were before.
All right, Ronnie Moore, thanks for getting us ready for Championship Sunday here. And we've got, another alert. John Cox alert. We've actually got some service with John Cox as he has rejoined civilization here from wherever he took off to go fishing today. And we got a signal now, so he's probably getting ready to get himself close to the check-in. We wanted to show him at least.
It's just sickening when you feel you're so close. You know, we rushed the day. I mean, I've been doing this forever, and I still, you know, I was just rushing this morning. I think that's what really hurt us, but man, we got lucky and got that one right at the end. That was epic. When we pushed it to the last second. Man, I would love to go tomorrow. I just feel like we're going to be short. I mean, I think we got, I don't know. We threw that last one in there. I don't know how big it is, you know, 3.5, 4 pounds maybe. But that one we lost, that hurt us. But that's how it goes sometimes. But it's been a good week. Man, I love coming to St. John's. You know, hopefully, you know, they're starting to plant eelgrass and stuff. And when we get it to start taking up, you know, around this end, like that's happening down in the lower part, this place is really going to come back. This place is full of big fish. And, man, I can't wait to come back.
John Cox currently listed by Bass Track as 9th place as it stands right now. But
he didn't sound super confident.
No, and there are some anglers that we have not got the numbers from yet. So he's in a precarious position, I would have to say.
He's a little low usually. I just noticed something looking at the maps. John Garrett's boat is still in his same position I looked at hours ago.
You know what I mean? Went out,
died
had
at
a good time
10:30.
today. I got a little over 18 pounds. Only got 2 big bites today. You know, it was tough to get a bite today. Had a lot of fish following, nipping the jig. Water temperature cooled off a lot in that area. But I was very fortunate enough, as soon as the tide got right, I got my 2 biggest bites of the day to get me to that 18 pounds. You know, my goal was to try to get to 20 so I didn't lose that 7-pound lead I had. Not sure where I'm going to end up, but as of right now, I think I get to go fishing tomorrow. And we're just going to go weigh in, see what happens. Hopefully we get to go and catch a big bag tomorrow. You know, maybe, hopefully I save something. I got 2 areas that I haven't been to yet. I have no idea if there's any other guys been fishing in them areas. I don't know if the fish were just off today because, like I said, I've seen a lot of fish that I didn't catch that nipped my jig. But I've milked it pretty hard too. You know what I mean? I've drug 21 pounds out of there and 24 pounds, and then one of the new guys is in there and he had 19 and 16, so we've beat it up pretty good. So not sure what's left. Probably tomorrow we'll probably look at that same area, and then if I just feel like it ain't happening, I'll go check them other 2 areas. And they had big fish in them as well, so we'll see what happens. That's all we can do. Been fun up to this point.
Bill Lowen has done his work, that is for sure, and we sure appreciate everything he's done in 20 years in the Bassmaster Elite Series, and maybe he can collect his 2nd win this time around. Got to say special thanks to someone else. We had our mega moment here. We got to say mega thanks to our special guest today, Rick Clunn. Rick, it's just been a super pleasure having you in here, your expertise, and yeah, as I said earlier, you impressed me that you're still learning. You ask as many questions as you make statements here, and that's something to be admired as we look back at your career, which has touched on 7 decades. It's unbelievable. I mean, I can't think of anyone in any sport, any category, who can say that, and not just touched on, but been a major factor in. 4 classic wins, over 500 Bassmaster events fished, and just an inspiration. Everybody's hero, wouldn't you say, David?
Absolutely.
No question about that.
I was there, the 2016, 2019 wins. Everyone in Palatka, along with every fisherman, was full of Rick.
That's right. Yeah. I mean, doing that, I mean, at a time when the lives of all other athletes, they would have been retired 30 years or something like that. If you go in and you beat the best in the world, basically back-to-back in tournaments at the St. Lawrence.
And what a great place to win is Florida, Palatka. The crowds are just, look at that. Yeah.
The lead that Bill Lowen has, someone's going to have at least one of those in their stringer tomorrow. Maybe not 2 like you needed that day, but you're going to need a big one.
Well, Rick, we're so glad that you gave it up, everything, years ago to go and fish professionally when it was not a real cool thing to do. And man, we've all got a hero because of it.
This experience makes me want to be a coach.
That's right.
That's what you find yourself doing when you're watching, you know.
I bet you could get a team if you wanted to gather up a few people. I bet they'd be willing to let you be their coach.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. We're going to be leaning on you all the time for your expertise and everything, but it's really been special having you here for this event. What's the most important thing you learned as you watched all the goings on here?
Really, like I said, I'm constantly evaluating my weaknesses. And I saw a lot of things that I should have been doing. My greatest weakness was post-spawn, and this was pretty much a post-spawn tournament. Not a post-spawn, a post-front
Post-frontal, yeah.
And golly, I said, damn, let me go back about 20 years and use some of these things, because that's when I would go downhill, was during that time frame.
Well.
So do you credit that to your success for 5 decades? You never stopped wanting to learn and wanting to build on your weaknesses and them not be weaknesses?
Well, of course, I mean, because we fail, even the best fail a lot more than they succeed. And you've got to ask yourself why, you know, and certainly any opportunity to learn, and I've learned a lot due to the modern electronics. But I learned a lot watching on this show. You know, it's just watching these young, open minds, because that's the worst thing old people do. We close our minds and we lose our childlike mind.
Well, you haven't. That's encouraging. Maybe we can all copy you. We'd be so much better off. Thank you so much, Rick. Thanks to everyone for joining us today for semifinal Saturday. Tomorrow we get going at 8 a.m. Eastern Time on FS1. We got a weigh-in coming up here at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. That's when we'll identify our 10 who will be in it for the championship tomorrow. It's going to be a lot of excitement. 7 hours of coverage coming your way. And again, it starts at 8 a.m. tomorrow on FS1, continuing after that on Bassmaster.com and on Roku. We look forward to meeting you here in the morning for the big day, the start of the season.
Yes, sir.
St. John's River, and we cannot wait to get it going.
Yeah!